Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes. I don't know.
Dr. Eliane Ubalijoro.
She's here.
So ulitoka ile
Nico? Good morning, colleagues. We'll be starting shortly, but I want to give you an opportunity to grab some coffee to your left or to your right. And then we'll start in about 10 minutes. Hello. Let's settle down so we can begin. Feel free to bring your coffee, tea in the room. Hello, those still having your tea, your coffee, please join us. We want to be on time so that we can be back in the office by 2 p.m. Okay, our controllers behind the scene, maybe you can turn down the music. Okay, thank you. So we are ready to begin. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you. It's great to see you on this, we'll say it's a warm day because you're all dressed in a colorful manner. So let's get started. Director Generals present, Madam Halima Abdi, Acting Director for Socioeconomic Empowerment, representing the Principal Secretary, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Dr. Sandra Milat, Chief Scientist, CGIAR, distinguished Deputy Director Generals and senior research leaders, development partners and institutional representatives, our inspiring women farmers and innovators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Habari zenu. Bonjour. Okay, welcome to the World Agroforestry Center Campus, ICRAF, CIFOR. This morning we have a packed but exciting program ahead of us. I trust you will engage with us, that you will also learn, but that we'll also listen to the insights that you have from your institutions and your work. My name is Vivian Atakos. I work with the Gender Accelerator. I'm based at the International Livestock Research Institute, and I'm honored to be a moderator for the day as we commemorate the International Women's Day. It's March, so for us, we said March is Women's Month, and it's good to see the ladies in the room, but also the gentlemen who have joined us, because we cannot do it without you. We need men on board as well. So today is not just another event. We are here under the global theme of rights, justice, action. That is the United Nations, the UN Women prescribed theme for the 2026 International Women's Day. It is rights, justice, action for all women and girls. So today we will feature the co-creation of equitable agri-food systems with women at the center. And we have designed this moment to move us from conversation to commitment, from commitment to transformation. We also know that this is the International Year of the Woman Farmer. Are we aware? Yes, so double celebration. And you'll see why we are also commemorating the International Year of the Women Farmer by the end of our discussion this day. So for the women in this room, especially our exhibitors, they are not just part of the food system. They are reimagining the food system, they are leading it, and they are feeding nations while doing so. So let's get to know who's in the room. And I invite my colleagues to load the Menti. And for my participants, let's get your phones out and go to mentimeter.com, or you can also scan the QR code if it's available. Go to menti.com and key in the code 73871854. Tell us who you are. Are you a farmer, an innovator, a researcher, a policymaker, a development practitioner, a funder? Feel free to use whatever terminology best describes you. So menti.com, code 73871854. Great, I can see scientists, I can see farmers, enablers, INGO, that is intergovernmental organization, development practitioner, economists. So we want to see that exciting description of your contribution. And remember, for the International Year of the Women Farmer, it's not just about the women farmers, it's also those enabling change. Whether you're a researcher, whether you are a funder, your efforts are appreciated. So great, I see 50 responses so far: biotechnology researcher, science journalist, communicator. So let's keep those going, and I'd like to get us moving on. I also want to encourage you to engage with us via social media. Use the hashtag if you're on X, or if you're on LinkedIn, use Gender in Ag, and also IWD 2026. And at this juncture, let me welcome those streaming online. We have a live stream going on the YouTube page of the African Women in Agricultural Research for Development Fellowships page. They are streaming this session live. And also, I'd like to remind you that we have an instant photo booth outside where you registered. So do get your photos so that you can be able to remember this moment. Okay, back to our discussion this morning. Today, we are going to hear framing remarks to ground us. We are going to walk through our exhibition on my left, which will be on your right. This will be followed by two powerful dialogues. One will link science to practice. The other will elevate women's voices in policy. We'll also close with a call to action. And of course, we have cake. Who's excited? And networking. I also like to call your attention to the fact that we have exciting giveaways. So I want you to pay attention to the discussions. And so stay focused. We'll have a quick fire segment. And also, as you engage on social media, Nathan always has a prize for the person who engages most on social media. So get your get your phones and keep sharing. Share your photos, share your discussions. At this juncture, allow me to welcome on stage our first speaker who will frame this discussion. And that is none other than Dr. Nicolindi Han, who is the director for the CGIAR Gender Accelerator. Let's encourage her as she joins me on stage.
Thank you. It's wonderful to see all these wonderful faces in front of me. And thank you for being here early for the International Women's Day, since the International Women's Day is actually only on Sunday. So we started celebrating early. So I appreciate everyone coming here today. So my job today at this point is to give a few remarks on the whole issue of rights and justice for women and what we need to do about it. So you probably have heard this before, but I think it's an opportune time to say it again. The broad global data suggests gender gaps could take over a century, not a few weeks, months, years, but over a century to close. We already know what women deliver in food systems, but why is the progress so slow? There's a saying, the best time to plant a tree was yesterday, appropriate for being at ICRAF. And today I'm saying that the best time to close the gender gap was the day before yesterday. So we should have done it already, right? So we are behind and out of time. That's the bottom line. This year is also special, and it's already been mentioned. As we mark International Women's Day and the International Year of Women Farmer, we have an opportunity to renew and accelerate our commitments, to make food systems truly work for women farmers, and for science to deliver solutions that work for the smallholder farmer and her husband, okay? So why does rights and justice for women, especially in food system, matter right now? It's not only women who benefit from improvements, but also communities at large. The SWAFs, which was the Status of Women in Agri-Food Systems that we did for 2023, had some very good statistics, and we know some of these. For example, the report highlighted that if half of small-scale producers, men and women, benefited from development interventions focused on empowering women, the incomes of 58 million people would rise. Resilience to shocks would improve, and would improve for 235 million people. So these numbers matter because they have bigger impact for communities that are attached to them. So not only for the women, but for the whole communities that we need to work for. We are, as a CGIAR, and most people in this room, scientists, as you saw. So what is science delivering to ensure we make progress quickly? 4 points. We are working on gender transformative approaches to actually sustainably change societies so that women have a voice, and women can do their own thing and have their own aspirations, so that we change the social norms. Those are the things we need to do if we want to have sustainable change. But we can do it quite fast as well. I mean, if you look at transformative change, can have immediate actions. We can reform discriminatory laws, relatively straightforward. I'm looking at Clemens, who works on policy. How can we do that faster? We can strengthen social legal protections and invest in women's leadership. And that's why we always love working with Award, because it's about women's leadership, giving them a voice, making them able to say what they want. But the other one is, that's one, advancing gender transformative approaches. The other one is working still, unfortunately, but it's still important, closing the gender data gap, because we still need to have that at least filled better so that we understand where we're at and what we need to do. We need more gender disaggregated data in the CGIAR, and this Gender Accelerator, the one I lead, is working to put equality and inclusion at the heart of science solutions coming out of the CGIAR. Recently, through a project called Genovate, where we looked at norms in a more quantitative way across the world, we released open access datasets examining how gender norms and agency influence the adoption of agricultural innovations. The datasets covers over 108 rural communities across 23 countries. Now, what's amazing about this dataset is it's a qualitative dataset. So it's the first time that we've actually been able to open up at that level so much data about gender norms across the world. The third point that I do want to point out, and I think everybody is aware of this, what we call beware of the digital revolution. While the digital offers a solution, let us be careful not to leave women behind. For example, evidence shows that women are significantly less likely to own smartphones or have access to digital tools. If we're not intentional, remember that word, digital transformation could deepen inequalities rather than close them. So let us ensure that large language models and AI tools respond to women's realities too. And we're doing a lot of work on that, or starting to do work on it, because if we don't jump in now, we will be behind and women will be left behind on the digital front. So. My fourth one, going beyond designing innovations that work for smallholder farmer and her husband again, we have realized over the years that designing solutions is not enough. We need to ensure solutions get to the hands of farmers, especially women farmers. In this field, we are working on gender transformative socio-technological innovation bundles, co-designing combinations of social and technical innovations. You don't just give a woman a pump. You make sure she can use the pump. You make sure that she understands what her laws are, what her rights are. That's how you change things. Just giving a woman a pump or a chicken is not going to work. So we've been working on that. We have promising results from Ethiopia, Kenya, and India. So those are my 4 points. If you can walk away with nothing else, remember those 4 points. We need to work on gender transformative approaches. We need to work on data. Beware of digital. I do have to say it that way. And then go beyond designing the technical. So, in closing, as we go through the International Year of Women Farmer, let us push the borders. Let us give the innovations to women farmers and ensure that the promises of the digital revolution delivers for all. We invite you to join our global 3-4 campaign as we generate evidence, influence policy, and showcase investable solutions that work for women. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy this morning and the rest of the week until the International Women's Day on Sunday. Thanks again.
Thank you, Nicolene. Nothing to add. I will be asking you to let us know what stands out for you in a Menti letter, so take your notes. Okay, next on stage, I want to welcome Dr. Susan Carrier. She is Director of AWARD, African Women in Agricultural Research for Development. She's also our host together with ICRAF CIFOR. Welcome, Susan.
Thank you so much, Vivian. Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation today. This is excellent. And thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. You can hear me? It's just me? Okay. I'm excited. Yes, yes. So I think when we started to plan this, I didn't visualize this. I didn't even visualize that would have farmers here showcasing their work. And I'm really excited that we're able to do that. So I do want to welcome all of you here today. I want to welcome our senior managers. We really appreciate that you made time to be here. We know you have to make the time. Otherwise, you have very many other things you'd be doing. We welcome our donors who are also here. We welcome our distinguished guests from government. We welcome all of you here to this event today. I think most of all, we do welcome the women farmers who are here represented today. So also a warm welcome to them. And of course, to our co-organizers, the CGIAR Gender Accelerator, thank you. CIFOR-ICRAF, I hear the DG is coming, although there's lots of colleagues here. icipe, very well represented, and IURI. Thank you so much for organizing this with us. I know when we started, we used to feel like we were bothering you and would call you every year, but now we are all calling each other when it's time. So thank you so much for taking on this event as an important one. And I won't repeat what Vivian talked about. You know, it's International Women's Day. We know we are celebrating early, but sometimes it's good to get in early. So we are happy to do that. And then, as Nicolene has talked about, we really are choosing International Women's Day this year to celebrate women farmers. And the reason, as Nicolene has said, is that the United Nations has designated 2026 as the year of the woman farmer. And it just allows us to highlight the role women play in global agri-food systems. And it also offers us a moment to take stock of where we are, to look at what gender gaps still persist, and to develop actions to tackle gender inequalities and boost women's access to resources, strengthen their role in food systems, in food security, and in nutrition. And I think the International Year of the Woman Farmer really offers us a unique global platform to elevate women farmers' voices, to recognize the multiple roles that they play, but also to mobilize political will and action and partnerships and the investments that we need in order to address gender equality, promote women's empowerment, and really support women's role in agri-food systems. So it always helps to reflect on why is this important, where is the evidence, and Nicolene mentioned the Status of Women in Agri-Food Systems report that was launched in 2023. But a year ago, in 2025, we launched a new report that was really focused on Africa. And it was the Status of Women in Agri-Food Systems in Sub-Saharan Africa. We launched the report at the Africa Food Systems Forum. And the report is published together with the FAO Award and the Natural Resources Institute of the University of Greenwich. And I just wanted to use it again to talk about the Africa-specific statistics that came out from that report. And I think the most important thing is it shows that women farmers in sub-Saharan Africa are essential actors in agri-food systems, contributing to food security, to nutrition, biodiversity, climate change, rural economies, and really playing an important role in the realization of the right to food. They contribute 49% of the workforce. This is actually 11% higher than the global average. And 76% of working women are employed in agri-food systems. What this means is that agri-food systems is a hugely important sector for women farmers, and we must pay attention. We find that the report talks about the huge inequalities that continue to exist in financial services, access to markets, extension and advisory services. Some of this, we actually don't even have disaggregated data that allows us to talk about the specificities of women's challenges. And I think Nicolene's point that we really need to pay attention to accessing better data really underscores this importance. And of course, you know, we often think that women are able to participate in collective action. Actually, the data shows they have less access to producer organizations or cooperatives unless people pay special attention to make sure it happens. I think one of the other things that the report talks about is, first of all, the unpaid care and domestic work and how this undermines women's participation in more remunerative work or even leisure. which is hugely important. But it also talks about the gender norms that Nicolene really highlighted. And it talks about the informality of women's work. The report finds that over 90% of women in agri-food systems work in the informal areas, informal role. What this means is they don't have adequate social protection, they don't have adequate systems in place, and there is no data collected on this informality. What this means is we are not able to make a case for policy action unless we are collecting better data. Of course, the report talks about access to women's, the lack of access to women's secure land rights, which of course limits the women's ability to invest, to take loans, to scale up their work. So the data is clear. We have our cutout, and I think this year allows us to keep talking about this. We actually have been given the chance to keep highlighting the important role they play and the fact that we still need to do much more. So that is why we have intentionally placed the woman farmer at the center of this event, because we think too often these conversations take place without them on the table. And you're going to find, we will have a session where we are really hearing from them. And we think it's really important. We want to really make sure women are engaging as co-creators of their solutions. I think you talked about this too in Nicolene. And so we have the exhibition, so we're going to walk around and see what is it women farmers are doing as agents of change, not as recipients, but really what are they contributing to make sure that they're addressing the challenges they face themselves. And then I think what this tells us is our responsibility today is to listen, to amplify, and to scale what works. But then listening is not enough. We must transform agri-food systems to become much more equitable. And this is, maybe as I close, I should also say, what is award doing to really advance this? So our vision is to advance gender responsive solutions that drive equitable agri-food systems. Our main pillar is building the leadership capacity of African women professionals so that they are on the tables, they are in institutions, they are leaders, they are scientists who are making contributions that are actually addressing, really making sure they're on the table. But beyond that, we are also working with institutions. We are equipping agriculture research for development institutions, national institutions, and the women and men professionals working there to really start to pay attention to gender, to integrate gender in their research, in their policies, in their practices. And then we're also working to influence the enabling environment, providing the data that I just talked about, because often policymakers want to see that evidence in order to push for policy reforms. We are working to ensure that women farmers have the skills, the opportunities, and support that they need to succeed, and that the institutions around them respond to their needs, priorities, and realities. So as we mark the International Year of the Woman Farmer, let this not be a year of recognition only. Let this be the year when we made change happen for women farmers. Let this be the year when gender became the norm in agriculture policies, in practices. And I'm going to stop there. Let this be the year when empowered women farmers are powerful agents of change in the transformation of agri-food systems in Africa. Thank you so much. I thank you all. So it is my honor also to introduce the next speaker. And we are very pleased that the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action is here with us. And I would like to welcome Ms. Halima Abdi, who is the Acting Director, Socioeconomic and Empowerment. Welcome, Ms. Halima.
Good morning. Happy International Women's Day. The men are not saying that. Is it because we are men? Okay, my name is Ade. I'm so excited to be here today. And it's good that International Women's Day has come early for you. And by the way, the State Department will also be doing it earlier than 8th. We shall be in Nakuru County on Thursday to celebrate the International Women's Day. So receive apologies from our peers who was not able to come because of so many engagements. International Women's Day this week. Next week, we have the CSW, all roads leading to New York, and quite a number of so many other things. But she had to call me even as I was on my way here. She said, Halima, are you already there? And I said, Madam, I'm here. I'm at the gate. So she knows I'm here, and I'm happy to be here. And I'm going to be giving her remarks the way she would have done it today. So these opening remarks by Madam Anne Wangombe, the Principal Secretary, the State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action during the International Women's Day commemoration held on 2nd March 2026 at the World Agroforestry Campus, Nairobi. With the theme Rights, Justice, Action, Co-creating Equitable Agri-Food Systems with Women at the Center. So our Director General present, Deputy Directors present, distinguished guests, development partners, women farmers present, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to join you this morning as we commemorate International Women's Day 2026 under the powerful theme, Rights, Justice, Action. This year's theme is not merely aspirational. It is a call to accountability. It demands that we move beyond commitments and translate policy into tangible transformation in the lives of women and girls. And this is urgent. It cannot wait. Today, as we gather here at the World Agroforestry Center, we shine a spotlight on agri-food systems, systems that feed our nation, sustain livelihoods, and anchor rural economies. And we must be honest, women are at the heart of these systems. Like the other speakers have said, women in Kenya provide the majority of agricultural labor. They dominate the informal food markets. They lead households' food security efforts, yet remain disproportionately excluded from land ownership, productive resources, financing, technology, and decision-making. This contradiction is precisely why rights, justice, action must define our approach. Government's role is to develop policies, strategies, and programs for women economic empowerment. And I'm happy to say that we have the Women Economic Empowerment Policy that was approved by Parliament last year. The government of Kenya recognizes that women's economic empowerment is not a social add-on. It is a microeconomic requirement. Through the National Policy on Women's Economic Empowerment, currently before Parliament for adoption as a sessional paper, we have outlined a structured framework that is to increase women's access to productive resources. I know we were told they do not own land. To strengthen participation in agricultural value chains. We know where our women are. They just produce, and that is the end. They sell their raw products. Yet the real money is found when their products are value added. We want to expand to finance and digital markets, to promote decent work and enterprise development, and to enhance women's leadership in economic governance. Agricultural value chains are a critical pillar of the policy, and these include climate-smart agriculture, agro-processing, blue economy opportunities, cross-border trade, and digital marketing and e-commerce platforms. We are intentional about moving women from subsistence production to competitive participation in local, regional, and international markets. And I'm happy somebody talked about the care economy. We cannot speak about equitable agri-food systems without addressing an often invincible barrier, that is unpaid care and domestic work for the women. Women cannot scale their enterprises or participate meaningfully in markets if they remain disproportionately burdened by caregiving responsibilities. And this is why the sessional paper number 2 of 2026, that is the National Care Policy, is transformative. Kindly give a clap because this was done yesterday. We now have a policy, a national care policy in place, and we are so excited. I left the office this morning and I had just given instructions that they make the copies, the 200 copies that are required by Parliament. And we are really ready and excited to move on. And this policy, of course, it was informed by the time you survey that was done, and it was discovered that women do a lot, 5 more times than the men when it comes to care work. So this policy seeks to recognize, reduce, and redistribute unpaid care work, promote public and private investment in care infrastructure, expand access to childcare services, and encourages shared responsibility between women and men. And I know when men hear that, they may not be happy, but we want to share these responsibilities so that we can free time for the women to be able to engage in economic activities. So men, let us be ready for that. Care is not a private issue, it is an economic issue. If we want productivity in agriculture, we must invest in care systems. If we want women in leadership, we must address time poverty. And if we want justice, we must rebalance responsibility. Rights in agri-food systems mean that we secure land tenure for women, equal inheritance rights, access to agricultural extension services, protection from gender-based violence in marketplaces and farms, and access to finance without discriminatory collateral requirements. Justice means enforcing these rights, and action means budgeting for them. We must also recognize that climate change disproportionately affects women farmers. Erratic rainfall, droughts, floods, these are not abstract environmental challenges. They directly impact food security, incomes, and household stability. Our approach to equitable agri-food systems must therefore integrate climate-smart agricultural practices, access to climate information, drought resistance crops, and green financing opportunities targeted at women-led enterprises. When women adapt, communities survive. And the theme speaks of co-creation. This is deliberate. Women must not merely be beneficiaries of agri-food reforms, they must be architects of them. This calls for strengthened partnerships with research institutions like CIFOR-ICRAF, where we are, collaboration with the county governments, engagement with financial institutions, support from development partners, inclusion of women farmers, cooperatives, and grassroots organizations. Policy design must be informed by lived experiences. As government, we are committed to gender-responsive budgeting, data disaggregation to track progress, strengthening women's cooperatives, expanding access to government affirmative action funds, and mainstreaming gender in agricultural transformation strategies. But commitments must translate into measurable outcomes. And these are increased land titles in women's names, increased agricultural credit as accessed by women, reduced unpaid care burden, increased women-led agribusinesses in formal markets. And what is our call to action? Today, I challenge all of us. Let us ensure that every agricultural program is gender responsive. Every climate intervention considers women farmers. Every financing model includes women entrepreneurs, and every care policy translates into practical services. Because when women thrive in agri-food systems, families are nourished, economies expand, inequality narrows, and nations prosper. In conclusion, International Women's Day is a reminder that progress is possible, but it is never automatic. Rights must be protected, justice must be pursued, and action must be deliberate. Let us act with urgency and purpose, because in the words of Kofi Annan, there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of women. I thank you all.
Thank you. Keep encouraging her until she gets to her seat. And the same for Dr. Dihan and Dr. Karia. Let's appreciate them. Okay, so we have had for ourselves, the evidence is clear, the barriers are real, but the solutions are within reach. And these solutions are often led by women themselves. So speaking of solutions, it is now my pleasure to invite us and introduce the heart of today's program, our exhibition walkthrough. In just a moment, Dr. Tekamore Chagomoka, Head of Innovation, Scaling and Business Acceleration at icipe, is going to guide us through the showcase of women farmers leading solutions. Dr. Tekmo, please. Tekmo, take over. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Habari za asubuhi. Bonjour tout le monde. So my name is Tekmo Chagomoka. I'm the head of Innovation Scaling and Business Acceleration at icipe, based here in Nairobi. So I'm going to stand on the existing protocols. So this is the moment which we want to hear women champions talking to us. They are going to showcase diverse innovations. These women have been involved in this innovation creation, and they are going to tell us how these innovations are going to change livelihoods in their communities. So I'm going to invite the first two rows, the first one and the second one, to follow me. The rest, we can remain seated, and we are going to come and see these innovations a bit later. So thank you, and just follow me.
And of course, our exhibitors, they are heading out. Yeah, thank you. So we'll start with the first two rows. The rest of us, you look at the screen. We are going to also have profiles of the exhibitors. So we want you to engage, and later we'll come back to you. Slides. But keep tweeting. By the way, I have very good gifts, and I'm checking my X. So apologies, we're just finding those slides. They'll be up shortly. So those are the farmers out there.
Have you ever gone to the detail of God's order? They were looking for a program for daily lives. The WNBS online lives school will be a pattern for looking.
The second largest baby in the world. 8 million people throughout East Africa depend on dietary or indirectly. Lake Victoria means light, means everything. We're able to grasp this strategy to understand the impact of climate change, the largest potential community. Being on the temperature, as well as and all of that data, it's kind of like example and one take it. But now we have to observe that very much like about it. They are really, they want to be here.
in this sector and improve the livelihoods of millions of people. We are really excited as WellFish to be a partner with them. And this is the journey that we're gonna walk with them.
The country.
Hello. So thank you for waiting for us. We want to invite the rest of you to also join. You can follow the discussions. That is, if you want to look. The exhibitors will be there until lunchtime, but feel free to also join the rest of the guests. There's a microphone and you'll still be able to follow the discussion. So it's taking longer than we had anticipated, but please join us to the left.
Lake Victoria means life to these people. It means everything to these people. We were able to conduct a study to understand the impacts of climate change in the livelihood of the fisher communities of Lake Victoria. The minimum temperature and maximum temperature, as well as rainfall, have significantly increased. And the increase is not only felt in the data, but is also felt by the people. We came up with gender-responsive interventions that could really address fish loss and waste and fish preservation. In any given day, in the banks of Lake Victoria, women are drying the small fish called omena. Women here are sweeping, basically turning the small fish from one side to another. But during heavy rains, they have no way of preserving that fish, of drying that fish, and it's not very hygienic. The birds can eat them, the dogs can eat them. There's dust and sand, so it's not a very good quality product if it's dried that way. Working with the Kenya Marine Research Institute, WorldFish was able to manufacture solar tent dryers. It's basically like a greenhouse, and it's covered by a polythene material. Inside that, we have drying racks where women can lay their fish, and within 1.5 to 2 hours, it will dry, and it will be good quality.
In this community, without fishing, we will not survive. That is 100%. I'm very much 100% sure that without fishing, we won't survive. I'm very much grateful for the World Fish for bringing us this dryer. Since it was brought here, it has changed our lives. We used to have the problem of preserving the fish, but now we have the dryer with us. We are very much happy about it.
The self-help groups, they are really excited. They want bigger solar tent dryers. They want to see more of them, you know, and they see a really good potential in terms of drying and processing of their fish and be able to participate in larger markets in town. We went to Nyandiwa village where we had a women's self-help group involved in fish trading, processing, and selling. And these women, they call themselves Suna ladies. The solar freezers and the batteries is housed at one of their members. And the solar panels, which has a warranty of 25 years, is in the roof for communities that are very poor. When electricity is not available, they still have the solar panel to supply power to the freezer, and their fish can be stored and preserved for a longer term.
We never even knew there was a solar freezer, but through the World Fish, now we are aware that the solar freezer exists, and now it really helps the local, because sometimes electricity do go off, but the only option which remains is only the solar freezer.
It's not only this group that is able to store the fish there, but also other women and men who want to preserve their fish. They come to them and they pay for each kilo they preserve in the freezer. The communities have been thrilled to have the solar freezers. They want bigger solar freezers. They want more solar freezers. One of the group members were saying, you know, we should make sure we have it in each of the locales. The smoking kiln can hold up to 200 kgs of fish. And the fish can be cooked within an hour and a half, up to 2 hours. It will be ready and tasty for the consumer and ready to go to the market.
Since the World Fish came and give us this smoking kiln, a lot of benefits has accrued to us. Most of the time they used to have children in the home because they could not afford school fee. And since they got the smoking kiln,
their children are going to school because they have the resources. The beauty of this smoking kiln is we are able to harvest the fish oil, the omega-3. We hope to train the women to refine it and package it and sell it. They're excited. They want to expand their business. They want bigger smoking kiln. They want more smoking kiln. They want to see themselves thriving in the production of smoked fish. And they want to see themselves, you know, participating in bigger markets in cities. The climate-smart fish handling and preservation technologies have really been creating an impact. And one of the longer-term goals is working with Homa Bay, one of the biggest riparian counties in the Lake Victoria region, and other stakeholders to produce fisheries and agricultural policy with a huge gender-sensitive lens to guide its future plans for the women, men, and youth involved in this sector, and also to attract other private actors and donors to invest in this sector and improve the livelihoods of millions of people. We are really excited as WellFish to be a partner with them. And this is the journey that we're going to walk with them.
Hello everyone, I'm Eric. I work from former day houses. And you know, look, MFA County, one of the counties where we had a language in but in every program, all the fishing list, zero planted growth. Long time ago, we had many programs. From housing, plants, on the houses, and we also planted and research under the programs. And also we compare and the always teach the programs and work that when we get macros, there is an organization called one
Hiya. Oh, I was about to wonder where my notes.
Jeez.
Let's settle back. We continue with our program. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you appreciate the work that is going on in the women's field. How was it for those who managed to go round? And for the rest, we still have them with us until lunch hour, so find some time and visit them. So every woman that you met is proof that when our research reaches the farmers, and when our policies enable access, and when investments flow to women, then transformation happens. And so in the next segment, we have decision makers who shape research agendas, who allocate investments, and who influence policies across Africa and beyond. So they've had the evidence, they've seen the exhibition, and now they'll share what they are doing, they'll share their commitments, and how we move those ones to measurable action. So for now, I'll invite Dr. Eliane Ubalijoro, who's the CEO and DG, CIFOR-ICRAF, to give us her remarks. You're welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It was such a pleasure to spend time with the farmers in the exhibit and to understand what their visions are, where they're going, and how we can support them in accelerating our prosperity and the sustainability of their work. So I really thank all of you for being here, friends, partners, colleagues. It's a real pleasure. Welcome to CIFOR-ICRAF and welcome to our commemoration of International Women's Day 2026 under the theme Rights, Justice, Action, co-creating equitable agri-food systems with women at the center. It is a privilege to host you here in Nairobi on our campus for an action-oriented conversation that centers women's lived experiences and leadership in shaping the future of food, landscapes, and livelihoods. Let me begin by recognizing our partners and co-conveners. Award, the CGIAR Gender Equality and Inclusion Accelerator, and the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, icipe. I also wish to acknowledge the International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI, as a key partner in this ecosystem of science and transformation. To our guests joining us from universities, research institutes, government, civil society, and the private sector, thank you for being here to celebrate women's contributions and to strengthen the systems that too often make those contributions invisible. International Women's Day 2026 is framed around 3 words that should matter to every researcher and policymaker in this room: rights, justice, and action. The emphasis is on recognizing women's rights, enforcing those rights, and taking action that changes lived realities. Why the insistence on justice? Because women have only 64% of the legal rights that men hold worldwide. And at the current pace, it's going to take 286 years to close legal protection gaps. When justice fails, rights become promises that never arrive. In agri-food systems, inequality shows up in the metrics we study. FAO warns that even when women manage farms at the same size as men, the productivity gap remains at 24%. Closing these gender gaps could add nearly $1 trillion to global GDP and reduce food insecurity for 45 million people. At CIFOR-ICRAF, our mission is rooted in forest trees and agroforestry, and it is also rooted in equity. We cannot restore landscapes or transform agri-food systems at scale if women lack secure rights, fair returns, and decision-making power. These realities shape the success of what we do. That is why I'm proud of our long-standing collaboration of award hosted here on our campus in Nairobi. Since 2008, Award has supported 1,872 scientists across 26 countries, drawn from over 450 institutions, and over 90% of fellows are women, and 57% have progressed into leadership positions. This is a strong pipeline of scientific leadership across Africa. What matters is that this is evidence-informed capacity development. A mixed methods evaluation of awards leadership development program found that 84% of fellows showed measurable change in leadership capacity, and 81% attributed that change centrally to the program. This is the kind of investment that strengthens science, institutions, and impact. So what should we do with this evidence, and how should we work with our partnerships to have them evolve in the right direction? Let me propose 3 concrete priorities grounded in what we have learned together. First, treat mentoring and sponsorship as research infrastructure and measure it. Build it into doctoral training, grant teams, and promotion systems, and track what changes, who leads, who wins grants, and who influences policy and practice. Second, treat scaling gender-responsive innovation as a core scientific and delivery challenge. Take icipe's push-pull technology. At CIFOR-ICRAF, our research shows that in drier than normal season, push-pull can produce 0.3 to 1.1 tons more maize per hectare than comparison maize systems, and deliver 3.6 to 9.8 tons more fodder during drought-stricken seasons. This is resilience you can quantify. And it is exactly the kind of evidence that helps innovation move from promising to scalable. We also see promising pathways in circular bioeconomy, approaches where women and youth can lead enterprises. icipe's results-based reporting documents training 2,745 farmers with 40% women on black soldier fly farming, processing, and packaging, notes a growing base of SMEs operating black soldier fly rearing facilities. Our shared task is to connect solutions like these into practical bundles that fit women's constraints and priorities, and to evaluate success with gender-responsive matrix that capture labor, risk, agency, and benefit sharing alongside productivity. One platform helping us to do this is the European Union-funded Regional Agroecology Network, led by icipe, a €5 million initiative running from December 2024 to November 2028, where CIFOR-ICRAF contributes by strengthening a community of practice and supporting more holistic assessment design. Third, translate evidence into rights-enforcing policy and finance. Evidence alone does not shift budgets or change market power. We need institutional accountability and policy capacity. We also have a longer record across CGIAR research centers of what becomes possible when science and delivery align. Together with ILRI and national partners, our work on fodder trees and shrubs has helped bring improved feed options to over 200,000 farmers across East Africa, with reported incomes of $30 to $120 per household per year, and strong uptake by women. This evidence matters because it shows that women adopt and benefit at scale when institutions, extension systems, seed supply, and markets are aligned. The next step is to ensure that alignment includes enforceable rights to land and natural resources, safe and fair work, finance that reaches women farmers and women-led enterprises. That is what it means when we take rights and justice seriously in agri-food systems. And it is what should distinguish our work in 2026 from the commitments we have heard for decades. Colleagues and friends, thank you again for being here. Farmers, thank you for sharing the pioneer work you are all doing. I hope you feel warmly welcomed, fully engaged, and intellectually challenged in the best way. May today's discussions be thoughtful, constructive, and action-oriented. And may we leave this room with partnerships that match the scale of women's contributions and systems that finally match the scale of their rights. Thank you, and I wish you a stimulating and action-oriented conversation.
Thank you, Dr. Eliane, for the thoughtful remarks and for welcoming us here. We've heard from, of course, she's our host, so let's appreciate her again. Next up, we are going to hear from Dr. Sandra Milach. She is Chief Scientist, CGIAR. Dr. Milach, you're welcome. Let's appreciate her.
Well, I think it's almost good afternoon, but I'll say good morning, everyone. A pleasure to be here. Great stories, great examples of women farmers who are really trying to change how we transform the food systems with a lot of work, very, very hard work, and it takes time for us to get there. Today, you know, at the CGIAR, we talk about, we have the Gender Accelerator. Nicolene came and represented today. And we talk about gender as being non-negotiable. You know, in the research we do, we look at how we embed that lens of gender equity in the way we do science. And I think this is important for organizations to be able to look at that. I think, you know, the question is, you know, how we move from incentives, from policies to actually really making the difference. And I think Nicolene mentioned today about some of the transformative practices that we are gender transformative ways, approaches. I love to hear, I love the story of Kenya, that comes from Kenya, the poultry value chain, 70% are really driven by women, is work that was done for sure with the IRI leadership on trying to get vaccines to it, and understanding that, you know, when we try to really push that solutions, only 30% adoption at the beginning is like, why is that? And then that after finding the solutions, which was like needed freezers, power, energy, so that you could keep vaccines, you know, alive for a longer time, you still could not move the needle. And understanding that women were, the barriers were the fact that they couldn't even talk to vets, so they couldn't get trained. They couldn't actually really be, you know, these things, the communities were really not allowing sometimes them to be utilizing these technologies. So being able to mobilize the communities, being able to talk to the men, and I see many of you here today, you are the most important piece of this puzzle. I mean, you are allies, you have the power, you are decision makers, you need to help us to drive this agenda. I would say maybe not the most part, but you are equally important to this agenda in pushing this agenda forward. So, I mean, with these transformative ways, we have been able to move then to over 70, 80%, almost 90% adoption in vaccines in some of these communities that were able to adopt these transformative ways. So these norms, these things have to change for us to be able to do it. And I think we do it with many ways. We do it with incentives, with policies. We'll do it with really measuring this implementation on the ground, and we'll do it with the will of the people in this room and the will of the leaders who are really wanting to change this topic, this agenda that is so important. At CGIAR, we are committed to this. We are partners into this journey. We know that it takes a village to get there. But as hopefully not centuries, Nicolene, and as you said, maybe it's a handful of years for us to keep moving this needle. Thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Millard, for those remarks. So I'll get us moving. Next, we are going to hear from Professor Apollinaire Jiken, who is Director General for International Livestock Research Institute. Over to you. Let's appreciate him.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Let's join me in thanking the champions from whom we've heard just a moment ago. So we should be a bit more optimistic. From what we've seen out there, it's not doom and gloom. I think things are happening. The challenge that we have is how can we export some of these innovations? How can we scale them? How can we take them beyond Kenya, beyond Western Kenya, beyond the region? I was really taken by Charity Kelsey, who is a Gen Z, and she's a billionaire. So we don't need to go far to hear that, to be convinced that things are happening. It's really, really rewarding and warming to hear that, the business we're in, there are young people who are getting in there, not just because they're so desperate, because they see this as professional opportunities and an opportunity for them to actually be rich. So this year is really a double event. International Women's Day, but also celebrating women farmers. So we have to speak as husbands, as fathers of girls, as friends of and colleagues of women. When we talk about gap, I would like to say gaps, because there are gaps everywhere. We have to take a systems approach. It's not just gap in a research institution, gaps in equal access to land, but these are the gaps that we really have to be sure that we know where they exist, and then come with innovations that can help us to close. This year is about right, justice, and action. I like action. There are actions that are being taken, and some actions would be scaling what we've heard out there. At the International Livestock Research Institute, our job is about transforming animal agriculture for better people, better environment, and income generation. We have learned a great deal, not only here in Kenya. Thanks, Eliane, for highlighting some of the examples of the work that we've done. We've also worked across Africa and Asia. We've learned a lot around poultry value chain, pig value chain, dairy value chain, and many of the things related to animal agriculture or livestock. Our learnings have been that we have to address this issue tackling from three directions. We have to start with the women at the center of this. And I would even add the youth. We have to listen to lived realities. We have to back women with tools that are strengthening confidence and credibility. We cannot just say, let's support women. We have to be very, very specific. My message is we start with the women. They have to be at the center of this. These are the examples that we've heard out there. The second thing that we really have to do is really work with women. They are not just people that we are supporting and servicing. They have to be part of this. And once again, we've seen it. When you bring that at the level of an institution, what does it mean? How many women are you hiring? How many women are you promoting? Our partnership with award is long-standing. How many people are you putting through the award pipeline? And I think we have to look at it as a whole system. When I spoke at this stage here 3 years ago, I made a point that I also want to make. We shouldn't wait until we go far in the pipeline to say we don't have women here. We have our intervention have to start from very, very early age. How are we doing in primary school? I would like us to continue to do what we are doing in the CG, bringing young women in science, promoting and supporting them so that we fit the pipeline. It's really important working with the women. And from the very beginning, early on in their lives, up to where we are looking at top professionals filling high-level jobs and things like that. It's about the pipeline, because we know that the pipeline is also leaking. More enters at some point because of the challenges in life, they're not progressing. But if we have many, I think we'll get there. The third thing that we have to talk about is really at the institutional level. As a head of an institution, it's really where action is taken. This year, I say that from the 3 words, I take action. We have to take action at the institution. And on this, I want to celebrate the partnership that we have, starting from the ministry, Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization, CIFOR-ICRAF, icipe, women cooperatives, and things like that. We are all in this together. Each institution has to take action. And those are not actions that we take only through one lens. I said a system approach. We really have to look at this from the way we work within our own organization and how we hold some of our collaborators accountable to ensure that the gender gaps are actually closed and actions are being taken, not only our own institutions. And this should be a parameter for us to vet fit for purpose collaborators and partnership. We cannot just change our own institution. We have to influence other institutions. And we're very fortunate to have within the CGIAR a mechanism that brings us together. Sandra just spoke just before me. How are we embodying this in the way we do our science? Within our portfolio, we call it P25. How are we bringing this consideration as we close the gap, not only within the CG, but also across a wide range of collaborators that we have globally? I think we have an edge. We can make an influence. We can use this as a critical component for us to bring collaborators to work with us. And I think it shows that together we can close this gap. I was really happy to hear the example of icipe, not only at icipe, but bringing communities, international research organizations, universities, and this is what we can offer as the CG through Portfolio 2025. I've noted few things that I really want to close my remark by highlighting. I talked about the gap. It's not a gap, these are gaps in various places, in communities, research institutions, and the rest of it. Secondly, it's the context. We cannot take a solution from one place and hope that it's going to work in another place. There are cultural dimensions and things like that. And what I mentioned earlier, working with women, then we understand those realities, live experiences, so that solutions can be optimized and customized for any specific environment where we work. The third thing is about the system. We cannot act alone. We cannot go in and say we know how to do poultry. Poultry is going to solve it. We have to bring the whole system into it. And here it's really important. We heard from the representative of the Ministry of Gender. I think the policy dimension cannot be, neglected. And we want to thank you for you celebrating things going to Parliament. Our ability to push and close the gap depends on what the policies are in the country. Continue to push. We can provide evidence for you to support that. I saw my colleague Clemens, who leads our policy hub, to ensure that as the CG, we can bring the evidence that's needed for the policies to be taken. We talked about the digital divide. It's not just something we can assume all of us, we have mobile phones. When we are pushing the boundaries, getting into places where we want to engage women, youth, are we customizing, are we developing solutions that they can actually uptake? Do they have access to this smartphone technology and things like that? Let's not overlook it. And then the whole digital divide, some of that can be closed through just mentoring, supporting, training, and getting people to understand. 2 days ago, I visited a farm, which is neighboring our farm in Kapiti, just about 85 kilometers here. WhatsApp can do wonders, we all know. And the trust, I think it's not just about getting women farmers to access mobile technology. How can we build a trust? Because many of them can be conned. You can be getting the wrong advice. You can be buying the product that will never come to you. And I think it's also important that we keep that in mind. The data, we talk about the data. When we come together, let's share the data. Where's the data repository? I know, Award, you launched a strategy just a couple of years ago. Please continue to move in that direction and bring the data that we can all rely on. I know Nicolene has a lot of data here telling us it's going to take 100 years to close the gap. Elian mentioned more than 200 years. Are we going to wait for that long? I don't think so. But more data with us, we can actually simulate and make some assumptions and help us to move very strongly towards closing this gap. Somebody said, I have a lot of patience, but I don't have the time to use my patience. And I think it's really important for us not to wait for 100 years. We know that business as usual, if nothing changes, is going to take 100 years. But you're here to take the action, to actually compress the 100 years or the 200 years to only a decade or less. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. And may I just ask you to stay on stage, Prof. We'll take a group photo. Thank you for those inspiring remarks. Let's appreciate him once again. No. We've just finished our first set of 3 speeches. So I want to invite Dr. Sandra to join Apollinaire on stage, and also Eliane. They'll be joined by Dr. Waiyaki and also Dr. Ndungu, Nicolene, and Susan as well. And also our chief guest, Madam Halima. Please join them on stage. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Bonnie's. Oh, sorry, yes, sorry. Alice is here. Dr. Murage, please join them. Yes. Sorry. We just wanted to do that now because some of them have to leave soon to go take other engagements. So they will take this photo right now. What do you need on the screen? To be off. Okay. That's a diplomatic way of taking the photo. Hands. These are our decision makers that are shaping the research agendas. They are allocating investments. So we are happy to have them here with us today, despite the busy schedules. Say potato or gender. Is it off? It's not. Okay, something is not. Okay, good. We are ready. So give it your best smile. Say gender. Gender. Thank you very much. And of course, we are continuing with our conversation. We also have a few gifts for you. So my colleagues will hand over just a token of appreciation for joining us today. And of course, we are continuing. It doesn't mean that we are done. It's just that some of them need to take other assignments. So we wanted to do that so they can be free to leave if they need to. Okay, so our next set of speakers, we are going to hear from Dr. Alice Murage. She is Deputy Director General for Crop Research at the Kenya Agriculture and Livestock Research Organization. You're welcome. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much.
In government, we like observing protocols. So allow me to stand on the protocols that have been set and say good afternoon. It's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. That sounds better. So I've been introduced and I'll be talking to a topic that was given to me on commitment transformation. So I'll be giving a Carol's perspective on this. But before I start, let me start by appreciating the organizers of this event, award, CGIAR Gender Accelerator, icipe, my maker. icipe is where I became a leader first. So thank you very much for inviting me. The CIFOR-ICRAF, and thank you all of you for convening this important event, and more so for giving me this opportunity to speak, not just as a leader in Cairo, but also as a woman who has walked this journey of transformation. So thank you very much for giving me this platform where women voices are not just heard, but they are amplified. So I'm honored to speak in this event and to add my voice to my people who have spoken before me in appreciating, and especially the women who are doing great job in agriculture. I was happy to hear women mentioning that they have actually been supported, or they have worked, or they have gotten technologies from Cairo. That tells me that the work that you've been doing is not in vain, but is actually reaching our intended client, who are the farmers. So let me begin by just saying some simple facts, which I'm sure they are clear to all of us in this room, that when you look at agriculture in Kenya, or even in Africa, or even in the world, I can say it has the face of a woman. And from what we've seen in the exhibition, I know we deliberately brought women, but if you randomly pick farmers in the field, I'm sure the first 10 farmers you pick will be women. So that tells you that women hold a center stage in agriculture. From the work they do, from selecting seeds, from livestock, you look at chicken, you look at dairy, you go to the market, you go to the household nutrition, who handles it? It is a woman. So this means that the woman is at the center stage of the agri-food systems. And that is why this theme we are looking at today on commitment to transformation matters a lot. And why I'm saying it matters a lot, because commitment is not enough. And I keep saying that once we commit, we must see change. So committing is not enough, but we must commit and bring transformation. And I want to say at Cairo, this is a conviction that has been driving us, that whatever we do, the research we do must bring transformation. And therefore, empowering women for us is not just a policy statement, but we have put it as a strategy. And I want to start by saying that we have seen this transformation from the top, and deliberately at Cairo, we have tried very much to ensure that we have women in leadership, right from top leadership to the leadership of our institutes, to the leadership of our centers. When Cairo started, now maybe more than 10 years ago, we have 16 research institutes, and by that time, we only had one woman who was a leader of an institute. Currently, I think we have around 4, if not 5, women leaders in the institutes. And when you come to the center level, there are even more. When you come to leadership of programs, there are even more. And why do we do this? It's quite deliberate, because when women lead, we see transformation. Just recently, we had a discussion with our board, and one of them approached me and asked me, who are in one of our research institutes, which is doing quite well. And he asked me, why is this this institute doing quite well more than the others? And I gave him a simple answer, comparing that institute with other institutes that are led by women. And even before I finished, and I'm not trying to discredit men, by the way, I'm just trying to say that where we have women leaders, sometimes they lead from their lived experience. And this has been mentioned quite well this morning. When a woman leads, they lead from a perspective. You know, when women lead, they lead asking some questions. And this is what we do in research, that when we are doing our research, when we are deciding our research, you realize where women are leading, they ask more questions. They don't just ask, how will this technology increase, for example, yield? They ask questions like, how will it improve the women's quality of life? Will it reduce their workload? Will it increase income? Who will do this job? So on and so forth. So these things are happening in our research, and we have seen it firsthand, that when we have women leaders, we are seeing transformation. Just because I keep joking and saying, because you are leading the way you walk around in your house, you do things with perspective. Allow me to give this example. Sometimes I'm a mother of boys, and when I'm talking to my children, they tell me, men, we are nothing without women. So it means they literally acknowledge that they need women to support them. I'm not joking, this is a real example from my own house. Yes, so when you look at science, previously it was completely male-dominated. But this is changing significantly. In CARO, we have seen it firsthand. We have very great women who are leading various programs. We have very good breeders who are women. We have good women who are soil scientists. And as I said, when these women take the center stage in leading programs, they bring transformation just because of the perspective they hold when they are doing their research. Another thing that CARO is doing deliberately is to mentor women scientists. And I've been reaching out to Susan and her team, to Leah. I've been calling them because I really want to see change in these women. And I'm glad, Susan, you mentioned it, that what you are doing to us in national organizations is to support leadership. And some of us, we are here on this stage, courtesy of award, because they gave us a platform where we were able to express, where we were able to be heard. And this is something we are really trying to front in CARO to ensure that we are trying to mentor the young people who are coming, who are joining research currently. So we do this mainly by supporting them using the senior scientists. We take them through mentorship programs, proposal development. We give them a platform where they can be able to learn. And what I've discovered over time using the examples of women leadership is sometimes young professionals, they just don't need the technical leadership or the technical training. Sometimes it's just seeing other women at the leadership. When they are represented, they also see possibilities. They also feel like if other women are doing it, then even us, we can be able to do it. So by having women at the leadership helm, then it creates even more impact to other women who are coming up. So that means that when young women see women leading in the directorate, in the institutes, or in the national programs, then they see possibilities. This representation brings aspiration, and this aspiration fuels transformation. Let me finish by just mentioning what we are doing with the farmers. And it has been mentioned here that women farmers are the biggest, they take the biggest percentage of the farmers worldwide, not Kenya alone. But these women, they live a life where they become more resilient because of the challenges they go through. And it has been mentioned by speakers here before, issues of land, issues of credit, issues of market, yet they still remain resilient. I've never seen a woman who keeps her tools down because of the challenges. They still become resilient. So to ensure that we have this transformation, then we must be able to ask some hard questions when we are doing research. For example, is the work we are doing able to reduce the women workload? Are we able to sustain, or are we able to accommodate their times? Are we able to expand their markets? As we are going through the exhibitions out there, I kept asking myself questions. How are these women able to access the market? Because that is a big challenge. We can give the farmers the tools or the technologies, but if we don't give them the market, then they are not able to transform. So we need to ensure that these women are able to access the markets. So in our outreach programs as CARO, we have intentionally targeted women groups. So the work we do, we try very much to work with women groups. We work with women-led cooperatives. We try our best to promote labor-saving technologies, climate-smart technologies, and you could hear out there when they were talking that they accessed the technology from CARO. We try very much also to integrate training on agribusiness and more so financial literacy. Because if these women don't know how to manage their finances, then they will not be able to do business. Because empowering a woman farmer does more than increase production, it improves the household nutrition, it strengthens the children's education, it enhances resilience during climate shocks. I heard, I think, one of the farmers saying, when they plant a tree or when they plant the crop, it is not the crop they are planting, but it is a school fees for their farmers. So they see beyond the crops that they are planting. And I've severally talked to like financial institutions and how they feel about the models they have in crediting both men and women. And from the many surveys I've done, most of the financial institutions indicated that there is less default when you finance a woman. This is to say that investing in a woman is not too risky. For me, I look at it as a smart economics. And this is from real data we have observed that if you take a sample of women and men who have received credit, very few women default. So to the financial institutions who are here, don't fear loaning women because they will not default, but you'll have given them an opportunity to transform. Finally, as I conclude, let me just reflect on the theme for today, that as we move beyond the good intentions we have of creating or maybe closing the gender gap, let's think beyond the intentions. The transformation we need will require that we do co-creation. We need to co-create our solutions with the farmers, and I think this was also mentioned by some of the speakers before me. We want to ensure that the policymakers, as Madam Harima has said, we should have gender-responsive budgeting, that we are supporting deliberately women priorities. We also want to urge the donors present to invest in long-term institutional change so that we can bring this transformation. And to all of us, let us ensure that we strengthen our data systems so that we can track real impact. If we don't show impact, then we will not be able to show the transformation. We may not be able to measure how much have we transformed. So women empowerment in agriculture is not just a woman's issue. It is about food security, it's about climate resilience, it's about economic growth. And when women lead, they innovate, they thrive, and the institutions grow stronger and communities become more resilient. So in conclusion, at CIFOR, we do not see women as beneficiaries of transformation, but we see them as architects of transformation. And moving from the commitment to transformation is not just our responsibility, but it is our collective mandate. Thank you very much, and I'll end there. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murage. I cannot possibly summarize because everything she said, and of course what the other speakers have said, it's really important. I hope you're engaging with us on social media. My prize is still coming up. Okay, so next up, let's hear from Dr. Lea Ndungu. She is Regional Manager for Eastern and Southern Africa for the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. You're welcome, Dr. Ndungu. Very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much. For me, I really enjoyed the session with the women champions. I noticed actually that 3 of projects that have been funded by our organization have been represented by the women farmers. And I really, really enjoyed. Some of them, they finished a while back, and I can see the benefits continuing to accrue. So thank you. I would like to thank particularly the organizers. I would like to thank Award, together with the co-conveners, particularly CIFOR-ICRAF, for having us here. You are co-conveners who are all actually our partners at ACIAR. Thank you so much for having us today. Thank you for the opportunity for us to join this important conversation as we mark the International Women's Day. Thank you so much. as we also reflect on the International Year of the Women Farmers. At ACIAR, gender equality is central to what we do. It is central to how we design and support our projects and our partnerships, and also fundamental to how we pursue impact. We don't do research ourselves, but many of you here are part of our partners who are implementing a lot of the work that we support. So we share a mission together with many of you who are here in the room. We ensure that research contributes to equitable and inclusive agri-food systems. It is in that shared mission that we mark this moment which is the International Women's Day, that calls for rights, justice, and action. And I thank the speakers that have gone before me. You have highlighted these issues very, very well. The International Year of the Woman Farmer sharpens that focus within the agri-food systems, reminding us that improving access, strengthening leadership, and promoting gender-responsive policies are essential to sustainable transformation. For us at ACIAR, this means ensuring that our investments translate into meaningful and measurable improvements for women farmers. Over many years, ACIAR has been on a deliberate journey to strengthen how we integrate gender equity, disability inclusion, as well as social inclusion into research for development. That means understanding not only the differences in roles and access between women and men, but also addressing the structural barriers and the power relations that shape these differences. Our experience, which was reinforced during the crisis such as COVID-19, has shown that when shocks occur, women and the marginalized groups are often disproportionately affected. So food insecurity, loss of income, and reduced access to information are really new problems, as we know. They are the results of long-standing inequalities. This has shaped our emphasis at ACIAR on locally grounded research, strong partnerships, as well as investing in women's leadership within research itself. And we are partnering with the world in some of the work that they are doing. These principles are clearly reflected in what we are calling the Africa-Australian Partnership for Climate Responsive Agriculture, one of our new programs. The Africa-Australia Partnership is aimed at strengthening climate resilience and food security across Africa through partnerships between African and Australian research institutions, as well as the CGIAR and other advanced research organizations until June 2030. From the onset, gender equality, disability, inclusion, and social inclusion were embedded as core elements of this program that we are talking about. In many ways, the Africa-Australia Partnership brings this year's International Women's Day theme to life. So it advances the rights by recognizing women's rights to resources, knowledge, and leadership in agri-food systems. It also supports justice by addressing the structural and institutional barriers that limit women's opportunities. It drives action by using evidence to inform research and partnerships and the investments that create real change. The International Women's Day also reminds us that equality is not achieved through intent alone, but through deliberate and sustainable action. At ACIAR, we remain committed to supporting partnerships that strengthen women's leadership, expand access to resources, and promote enabling policy environment. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this, this forum. We are very, very excited to engage and to be part of it and to continue to be part of the conversation. So we look forward to the actions that will emerge not only today, but even as we move forward through the next season and beyond this moment. So thank you so much, everyone, and it's been a delight to be part of this. Thank you.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Dr. Ndungu. And of course, she was part of the CGIAR, so welcome home. Okay, the last speaker in this particular segment is Dr. Veronica Wayaki. She is the Director for Human Resources and Protocol from icipe. You're welcome. The energy levels are going low. Yes.
So just a correction on my title. For my colleagues and my former colleagues, I don't have a PhD yet. It's something that's still in the horizon, yes. So it gives me great pleasure to stand here before you representing my Director General, Dr. Abdu Tenkwano, who unfortunately could not join us today. But luckily, I was here already, yes, and I offered to give his words, and I hope I will stand him proud. Yeah. So first and foremost, I also want to say thank you so much to award to the host CIFOR-ICRAF for hosting this event. I understand it's been going on for several years, and certainly it's I think something that is quite enlightening and should continue as we move forward. And also thank you to our researchers and our farmers. I was very proud of you. You know, the work that icipe does is very commendable, and also the partnerships we have with all the other centers who are here present. So thank you very much for all the good work that you do. So let me turn over to our Director General's message. Distinguished colleagues, partners, and friends, it is truly a pleasure for icipe to join you in celebrating International Women's Day, a day when the world pauses to recognize the extraordinary contributions of women everywhere. This day offers us three powerful invitations: to celebrate, to reflect, and to recommit. We celebrate progress, which is visible in leadership in communities, resilience in families, innovation in enterprises, excellence in scholarship, and integrity in service. And if we look around this room today, we can see that all that is represented here. We reflect because while progress is real, equality does not happen automatically. We've heard that. It requires intention. It requires partnership, and sometimes it requires patience. We've heard a lot about patience. I'm hoping that it's not 100 years or 200 years for us to bridge that gap, but I think we have seen here, we have hope that it won't be that long. And we recommit, knowing that equity strengthens institutions, improves science, and builds more resilient societies. The icipe family is especially pleased to mark this occasion alongside ILRI, the CGIAR Gender Impact Platform, CIFOR-ICRAF, and Award. When institutions come together, progress moves faster. Partnerships create energy and synergies. This year's observance aligns beautifully with the International Year of the Female Farmer. That is fitting, because across Africa, women are not only feeding families, they are sustaining entire food systems. At icipe, women's empowerment is firmly ingrained into our vision and strategy 2026-2030. And thank you to those who were there last year when we launched this.
We launched it in November last year, and we committed ourselves to science that is excellent, inclusive, and impactful. And we clearly signposted gender integration as a footnote, and not just a footnote, but as an enabler of the strategy. Today, nearly 40% of icipe staff are women. 44% of our postgraduate scholars are women, and 45% of all postdoctoral fellows are also women. And more importantly, 51% of participants in our training events, you will be interested to know, Susan, are women, 51%. Across our research continuum, we ensure that innovations respond to the realities and aspirations of women, whether through integrated pest management, regenerative agriculture, or insect-based enterprises. And we're expanding opportunities that are climate resilient, scalable, and accessible. Take apiculture, for example. In many communities, beekeeping has traditionally been viewed as a male domain. But bees, I am pleased to report, are equal opportunity employers. By introducing women-friendly hive designs, promoting backyard apiaries, and arranging childcare during training sessions, we are changing both perceptions and possibilities. These enterprises generate income, strengthen resilience, and create green jobs. They also expand women leadership across value chains, from production to processing to market engagement. Above all, they transform lives. In Ethiopia, where we operate as well, as you know, we had a very large project there. A woman beekeeper told us, when we made our first honey harvest, we felt like a miracle had happened. In Narok County, women farmers shared to us how access to healthy seedlings and inputs, such as biopesticides, traps, and organic fertilizers, has enabled them to participate more fully in vegetable farming. We also recognize that empowerment and health are inseparable. Controlling insect-transmitted and neglected tropical diseases protects women's productivity, economic stability, and family well-being. So as leaders and partners, our responsibility is clear. Our science must be inclusive. Our innovations must reach women equitably. Our partnerships must amplify women's voices. And our institutions must model fairness and accountability. Women empowerment enshrined in gender equity and equality is not only a moral imperative. It strengthens institutions, it enhances innovations, it deepens social cohesion. Quite simply, it makes our work better. To the women in our institutions and to the millions of women farmers whose labor sustains Africa's food systems, we celebrate you. Your resilience, your leadership, and vision shape our present and will define our future. May today renew not only our commitment, but also our optimism, because when women thrive, communities prosper, and progress becomes unstoppable. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. So thank you for those remarks. Indeed, we do appreciate those sentiments. Okay, so we move on to our next segment. We are done with the high-level dialogue, and perhaps we should do the quick fire. Are you excited for a prize? Are you ready? Have you been listening? I've also been checking for some tweets. I see you. I see Emma, I see Margaret. Keep tweeting. We are taking note. So the next segment, I see my colleague Doreen is here. She's going to take us through that segment. We are going to have women farmers in dialogue, where we are going to link the science to practice. And the moderator for this session is, of course, Ms. Doreen Odongo. She is Communications Manager at Award. You're welcome. Senior Manager, sorry. Senior Manager Communications Award. Over to you.
Thank you, Vivian. Please help me in appreciating Vivian. She's taken us this far. Thank you so much. And happy International Women's Day. Yeah, that doesn't sound happy. Happy International Women's Day. I hope we're all excited to be here. I know some of you probably haven't had a chance to see what our stars of the day were showcasing out here. That chance is still coming up. But for the moment, it's now time for us to have a conversation. You know, I think about Apollonia was talking about when he spoke here at this event about 2 or 3 years ago. And I know one of the things that we asked at that forum was, we're asking our panelists if there's hope. I think today we are definitely not asking if there's hope. We know there's hope. And just like Veronica has said, I think we are well on our way towards unstoppable progress. And so we want to have a conversation between the farmers and the researchers and other technical experts, because the question that still remains is if we really want to be on our way towards that unstoppable progress, how do we ensure that science truly, truly works for women farmers and meaningfully so in a sustainable way? And because we've also heard that here, not just at Award, where I like to say that I work with Award, the home of everything rewarding and awarding, I think it's everyone here in this room today, all our organizers. We are not just amplifying the voices of women. I mean, we're not just making women's voices heard, we are amplifying them. And so I want to invite my speakers on stage today, with whom we're going to have the conversation around how we can actually make this work for women farmers sustainably. I want to start with Rosina Mbenya. If you can join me and please help me appreciate her. We know the cue from Vivian. She's the country coordinator for Pelham Kenya, a network dedicated to years of advancing agroecological principles among smallholder farmers and pastoralists. My next speaker is Mwihaki Njehu of Grace Rock Farms, which is strengthening food security in Kenya by supplying clean, certified potato seeds so far to more than 4,000 smallholder farmers. My next speaker is our Gen Z star farmer of the day, Charity Kelsley, a black soldier fly farmer from Nakuru, and also an agripreneur. She is the millionaire that Apollonia mentioned. So please appreciate Charity as she comes on stage. Dr. Janet Nyukuri, a lecturer at Laikipia University. Laikipia University School of Social Sciences, Arts and Technology. And my final speaker of the day is Ms. Phyllis Nduva, a farmer and cooperative leader and value chain actor from Makueni County. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, it's on. Okay, so we've talked about patience. Someone said we've had patience this morning, a lot more. This is where I'm also asking you to indulge us. Yeah, I think we're going to, as you've seen, inevitably, we're going to go over the program. I think this deserved a whole day. So I hope we all appreciate and understand that, and you will give us a few more extra minutes of your time so that we can go into a deep conversation beyond what we've heard. What are some of the things that are working for us is there anything that is not working? What do we need to stop doing? So kindly allow us to have this conversation. And we are also inviting you to take part in this conversation, listen keenly, ask questions. I think Vivian has mentioned many times about prizes. So I'm going to begin this conversation with you, Rosina. Your organization, Pelham Kenya, works very closely with researchers, but also with farmers, very closely with farmers. What has worked best from your experience? What have you found to be working best when researchers and women farmers working together to find solutions that actually fit the local contexts?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone, and happy Women's Day or International Women's Day. It's a pleasure to be here and allow me to stand on the already established protocols and also acknowledge that I am also a current award ACRAF fellow. So I'm very proud that also in my own way, I'm learning, and also my journey of transformation has been evident by that fellowship. And as at Pelham Kenya, yes, we are working with over 1 million farmers. And one of the things that we have recognized is that actually our network has more women farmers than the men. That is evident with the science and evidence of the data that is there, that many women are the ones who are on the farms or contribute to the agriculture sector. But yes, we have two projects specifically. And one of them is the Africa Women Leaders in Agroecology that is working in 5 African countries. And it's more about mentoring mentorship and coaching for young emerging women leaders and matching them with seasoned women leaders because I understand Charity when she says the problem is our size, and that has been the journey of challenge of many leaders. Myself, I acknowledge and appreciate what she's going through, because even as young women leaders, when we stand up to speak, people just first see your age, they first see your gender, and that already disempowers you. So we are trying to bring that space for women to really appreciate others, and also for those who are seasoned to really mentor these young emerging women leaders, because we cannot just talk about women when we are not tapping up or encouraging our sisters. The other thing I want to talk about is the Next Generation Leadership Collective, which has come up with a manifesto. That's the work of research. They have come up with a real documented manifesto, which outlines 8 courageous leadership principles that women or whoever leader should embody. It shows us as women, sometimes we can always say women to take a leading role. And I always say last year it was a bad moment for us women. If you follow the politics in East Africa, some women leaders were not leading correctly. So how are we talking about when women are leading? Those 8 leadership manifesto principles, I may not go through them, but that is the role of research, that we need more of those research out there. How are women leading? But back to the women farmer. In these two projects, other 2 projects that we are working with, the multifunctional landscapes program that is also part of the CGIAR, we are part of the Makueni and the Kiambu agroecology living landscapes. And that's, we have brought the space of the science, the scientists and the farmer together, because sometimes, there's been a lot of science there where people are doing it in the lab or wherever, but they are not going to the field. And the farmers are the ones who are in the field every day. And that, for me, has been an empowering session, not only for the farmers, but also for the scientists themselves. I can say that for a long time, agroecology, we have been speaking to ourselves. People have just been out there saying, it's not possible. Agroecology cannot feed the world, but it has been feeding the world. And now it is a space for us, even the scientists, to come and work with the farmers on the ground. I'm happy when I just went around most of the exhibitions here. They were all agroecological. I saw a lot of black soldier fly. I saw a lot of women talking about it's our health first. No one wants things that are just polluting, killing the bees that we saw, killing rivers. So I feel like the science is coming closer when you work with the farmers. And those projects are just near here. We have one in Deia, Kiambu, people can go and visit, and the other one is in Makueni. The other thing I want to talk about is the space of policy. We have had a lot of policy mentioning, but in 2024 for the agroecology actors in Kenya, that was our highest year, because we had this national agroecology strategy, which has also put one of the pillars, social inclusion and gender empowerment or equity. So those are the policies we want, and I am happy when the government representatives spoke, they also spoke about policies that are there to empower and research has to play a role, because many of the policies, they have to do, the background, they have to do a lot of data statistics, which has to feed into this policy. So the researchers have to really play that role, and I feel like we are heading somewhere when we speak about women, but also more particularly about young farmers, because it's a gap. I've always gone to the fields, to the farms, and I see the youth are not so active, are not being positioned well. But I feel that when we bring the researchers together, we are answering all these questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rosina. I'm hearing you. I don't know what happened to the lights, but we continue nonetheless. The women, the researchers and the farmers are working. But you also talked about something that is really important, especially to us as a ward, and I'm sure to many actors who are here, about opportunity to participate, to contribute their learning, but to also learn from others. You've also mentioned mentoring. For anybody who wants to hear more about the fellowship that she mentioned, the ACA fellowship, that is the Award Climate Action Fellowship, you know what to do. Get hold of Rosina after this. During lunch, we are going to be having lunch just right here. That's your opportunity to get to know more about that. I want to register apologies from one of our we were expecting Dr. Tiago Mendez, a plant breeder with the International Potato Center. Unfortunately, he got ill last night and he's unable to come. But would have really wanted to hear from him also as a technical expert working on some of these things. And I'm mentioning that because I'm transitioning to Mwihaki, one of the farmers who is using improved potato seed technologies. And we also have Judy here, who is also working on the potato seed value chain. So I think there's an opportunity for us to have a more conversation with them if we want after this. But Mwihaki, can you share with us an example of how research and innovation has worked or made farming more fairer, easier for you?
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. And yes, I am a farmer in the seed value system. And particularly today, we are going to talk about potato, which is the second food crop in Kenya. And 90% of the potatoes that are consumed in this country are grown by small-scale farmers who are farming it between 1 to 2 acres. So we know from research that that the yield of the potato goes down by the many times that you recycle your seed. We know that traditionally our small-scale farmers and traditionally they have always used recycled seed, where you go to your next door farmer and say, give me your seeds for last season, and they grow it. Or the way my mother did her farming is that she would reserve some of our crops from last season, the last season before that, and the yield has gone down relatively to the extent that the small-scale farmer can no longer grow potato as an economical crop. Because the yields have reduced to the tune of maybe per acre producing 30 bags in an acre, as opposed to the industry average of about 90 to 120 bags per acre. So research has shown that using the productivity has gone down as a result of using recycled seed. So we have entered that space where we are saying we will grow green certified seed. We are using the apical cutting technology that is belong to CIP, and yeah, I'm sorry to hear about Dr. Thedis. And that technology is quick to market, is cheap, and it can produce not only certified seed potato. At Grace Rock, we are producing certified seed potato that are certified by KEFIS and is a vigorous certification process, which most of the farmers may not be able to go through it. But this technology of apical cutting technology, tissue culture apical cutting technology is cheap, and a farmer can easily do it and produce their clean potato so that they don't have to recycle their old seeds, which means they can produce their own seed in one season, and in 2 or 3 seasons, they are able to maintain clean seed potato. This has come by because of technology, because of innovation and technology. So the question here is to say, okay, I am fortunate that I have more knowledge, and the science has helped, because we know that it is science that determines that the seed viability reduces as you use more. But how about that small-scale farmer in rural Nyandarua, in rural Narok, in rural Meru, who is actually feeding the nation? As we have said, approximately 800,000 small-scale farmers are the ones that are producing potato for Kenya. How can they benefit from this technology? And how can they benefit from the use of clean seeds and improve their productivity? This can only happen if this technology is brought closer to them. It is simplified so that a farmer in Narok will understand by, let's say, an example I would give is of demo plots, because we do demo plots where we would go and demonstrate to a small-scale farmer. If you bring all these, degradation of the seed that is disease resistant, yes, they can hear you, but they can't quite visualize what you're talking about until you demonstrate. So what we do is that we have demonstration farms where we will grow their recycled seed on one half of the demo plot, and on the other half, we will use the technology and grow it using clean seed potatoes. And by working with them through the season, we would then be able to demonstrate what certified seed potato can do. So I think people in this room, and I've had a lot of very good things here, is to say, how do we get this technology simplified to that small scale farmer? And that's what I would like to see happen.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think what I'm hearing you say is that the farmers heard you, the challenges that you're facing, they were able to ascertain this is actually what is happening. This is what we need to solve. And more importantly, they simplified the innovation and brought it closer to you so that you could understand, with the demonstration plots, so that the farmers really, they can relate. And I think what I can summarize is that you're saying that innovation and research becomes meaningful when it actually improves the livelihoods of the farmers, when it improves the opportunities for them, because then that is the language that they understand, yeah? Not the jargon that we write in our journal articles, but not to say we shouldn't write the journal articles, it starts from there. Thank you very much. I now want to bring in Charity as we continue on the subject around scaling innovations. You are working a lot with the black soldier fly, among other things that you're doing. But from your experience, what needs to change for innovations like these to reach more women farmers, and particularly young women farmers like yourself?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doreen. Inclusivity need to change. And allow me appreciate the partners, Awad, Kaldro, and all the speakers who have articulated their speeches today. One of the takeaways I was listening to was leadership, policy, digital literacy, research. When you talk about research, you're talking about laboratories. What really needs to change is deliberate strategical, it needs to be strategical and deliberate intentional inclusivity at the top of the pyramid. When I talk about the top of the pyramid, I'm talking about we need more women in the laboratories who are designing these innovations. We need more women in the policy. I was very happy when she said that there's a policy that is being taken to parliament. I was like, how many women are there who have lived realities that are going to pass this policy in the parliament? How many women are in these committees that these policies are being tabled to that are going to pass this policy? We also need more women in technology. When you talk about technology, we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence. Are women in tech, are women involving in tech to develop tools that are solving real realities that are lived with women. And also, we also look at leadership. How many women are into the leadership position? Is it from self, or is it like the gender assertive way that, okay, we have to have the third gender rule? Are we waiting for that intention, that the third gender rule, so that we just want to be counted that, okay, we have 3 women, the quorum is full, now we need to go? No, we need to go and take those leadership spaces so that at the top of the pyramid already we have our stakeholders, but also when we get to the top of the pyramid, we don't need to forget about the women at the grassroots. Think about the woman at the grassroots, the farmer woman, talking about the lived realities. What are you going to do when you're already at the top of the pyramid? So for these technologies to really reach unto us, we really need to be intentional. We position ourselves as women at different sectors of these innovation stages. Talk about, when you're talking about market, when you're talking about finances, how many women are there at the banks? Okay, how many knows our lived realities that you can be on those tables and represent us and say, okay, we respect your idea, but this is our lived realities. We need to take up these spaces, and when we take up these spaces, these technologies will be delivered to us. When we talk about market, how many women are positioned themselves in the market area to champion for our innovations? So I think we really need to be very strategical and very deliberate as women when it's come to inclusivity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charity. I cannot even paraphrase that. You're just saying we need to be very intentional and deliberate to ensure meaningful participation of women. And I think what you're saying is that innovation is really not just about technology. It's about, the systems, the policies, and really it's about the support structures. I think if I was to go on, I would say, you're saying, let's position ourselves. The question is to how. I think that's a conversation that we can keep having as we go on. And I want to continue this conversation around innovations and relevance of innovations by bringing you in, Phyllis. You are one of the farmers who are applying the integrated pest management innovations developed by icipe. And from your experience, again, staying with innovation, staying with women farmers, what is one thing that you could say is particularly very critical to ensure that research-led innovations like the one you're working on is appropriate for farmers like you?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I want to take this opportunity to thank the organizers of this and also recognize us as farmer champions. My experience with innovation and in IPM, if I go back in Makueni, we are fruit farmers. And in 2016, there was a lot of post-harvest losses because of the fruit fly menace. And then through the innovations and adaptation, we were able to partner with the icipe, and we were able to manage the fruit fly. So the innovation and the key one is that involvement of all stakeholders. I'm happy because we have been working through all these innovations and adaptation with the icipe, CARO, KPs, and the CABI, who have been working with us to make sure that the innovation and adaptation is real. If I give an example, I'm a farmer and a leader of a cooperative with more than 4,000 members, and we have been sensitizing our farmers about the IPM, whereby in my cooperative, we have reached 10,000 farmers who can understand the IPM technologies. And as we continue, we started with the first one was the trap, but there are so many other IPM technologies we are emerging, like even we have the solar traps, whereby we catch the flies through the solar, and we put water under solar trap so that the insects are just attracted by the light. We are also managing Varmagene, where we are having solar bags. We are putting them, the waste, the dropouts, we put them there. And the best thing after going through as a cooperative and myself as a leader, I was able to identify some researchers who can even train the youth, as you are saying, we get the youth who can be also involved in the agriculture. And we trained 40 young people to identify pests and the diseases, so that now when the adaptation is there, some of the farmers are old and they cannot even understand all that. But these young people will have interest in farming, and they will now be working with the farmers for a little pay, so that we can even create jobs and interest for the young people to farm. So what I can say is that the researchers are doing very well, icipe and the other researchers. And the best thing is that they are not in the laboratories putting their innovation there. They are out there working together with us. We are also working with the Pelham. Pelham, we have been working with them in Makwe. It is me and the cooperative who are spearheading the commercial fruit fly. So thank you very much. Yeah. And we are now able to export our mangoes with some recommendation from the EU market. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. Yes, please clap. To Mrs. Nduva for championing the commercial fruit fly menace. I mean, I'm just amazed to hear all that you're saying that is happening. We're working with 10,000 farmers. Imagine if we had just about 100 more fillies, everybody reaching 10,000 farmers. I don't think these problems would be a hearsay. I think what you've described here is what, for those of us who write and publish, we like to talk about multi-stakeholder partnerships, which is what exactly she's explained here. And you've talked about how you're working with different partners, with CALRO, with icipe, with CABI, with KEFIS, with the farmer cooperatives. And I think that is what you've singled out as one of the key ingredients to addressing these issues, because it requires different people to come together. You're talking about the ban that was there, and I think it's because you had KEFIS on board, you had all these actors on board, that this was able to be addressed and for the ban to be lifted, and now you're able to export your products. So I'm really pleased to hear that, and congratulations on the work that you're doing. Now I want to transition to you, Dr. Nyukuri. We've heard a lot about systems and system change. We've heard a lot about policymakers. And so for you as an academic, what is one concrete action by researchers or policymakers or even investors, when you talk about the system, that would be most helpful for women farmers to improve, especially their experience in agri-food systems?
Thank you so much, Doreen, for having me here. My name is Janet Nyukuri. I'm a lecturer by profession in Laikipia University, but more so I work with farmers in Nyandarua County. I do so many community outreach projects, and that is how I've come to interact with farmers at a closely. And back to your question, I'll start with the one concrete action I will recommend to researchers, because I'm also a researcher. How many times have we sat in our offices, we've conceptualized projects, we've gone to the lab, we've collected data, we get very good results, we analyze, we publish. How many of us go back to the consumer? How many of us go back to the farmers to give them our feedbacks? That is where the problem starts. We come up with very nice projects, we get very good results, but we are not able to translate this information from our labs, this information from whatever, to the farmer. So one recommendation that I'll make as a researcher, it is a high time that we involve women farmers as co-participants not respondents. More often, we go to the field with questionnaires, we collect data, so we use women farmers as respondents, just as respondents. We don't involve them. So it is a high time we co-design our experiments with farmers. Let's involve them right from the point of conceptualization, from data collection. Let's use women farmers. When it comes to data analysis, most of us assume that they don't know, but involve them. When it comes to writing, involve them. When finally you have the results and you want to publish, involve these farmers, because by the end of the day, they are the consumers of this knowledge. So that is a recommendation I'm making. Let's avoid using what we call Eurocentric methodologies. We are still using methodologies that were invented long time ago, yet we have our own African problems. Why don't we come up with our own methodologies so that we own them? That is a very big challenge to most of us who are researchers. And I'm also up to the task. I've always taken that challenge, and that's why I keep on working with farmers in Nyandarua County. Now, my next recommendation, especially when it comes to policy makers, a big question is, how many of us have gone through the Kenyan Constitution when it comes to Land Act? How many of us have gone through the Land Act of succession? We all know that women have a right to inherit land, even from our parents, from our foreparents. But more often, women are left out. So the question is, who is this that will come to help women farmers? Now, my recommendation to policymakers is women farmers are key stakeholders. When it comes to land ownership, when it comes to succession, when it comes to having the proper documentation of using land, let's involve women. There was a research that was done in Kipkelion a while ago, where in Kipkelion, people are farming coffee. And most of the time, the people who go to the field, the people who toil, the people who work so hard are women. But when the time comes for payment, it is a sad scenario because it is their husbands who have been registered as the owners of that farm, as the owners of that business. So when it comes to payment, the person who will be paid is your husband or your father or whoever, yet you're the one who has been working in the farm. So it is a high time policymakers should advocate for women to have access to land, for women to have access even to ownership, for women to have access to registering their farms, their businesses. So that's a very big challenge to the policy makers. And lastly, to the investors. How many women farmers have IDs? How many women farmers have knowledge that you can access credit from SACCOs, from banks, from even the cooperatives, organizations that are there? More often, some women don't have IDs. I did a project last year in Nyandarua County under the MasterCard Foundation. And what we were doing, we were empowering young entrepreneurs, empowering through capacity building and empowering through teaching them how to file for returns, how to seek for credit, how to improve your businesses, how to employ other people. More often, we always say that micro business owners are not having enough staff, but we are now encouraging them that they should employ 1, 2, 3 staff so that they can grow each other. But the funny thing, when I was on the ground, I realized very few women some women don't even have ID cards. When you ask them questions, do you file returns? They tell you, I don't know, it's my husband who knows. When you ask them, how much do you make per month? They tell you, I don't know. When you ask them, are you aware that you can seek for loans from banks, from microfinance institutions? They tell you, I don't have an idea. So that's a challenge to the investors. Let's empower these women. Let's tell them that there are ways in which you can grow and empower yourselves. And lastly, I want to go to my field. We have what we call the subsidized farm inputs. My mom is a farmer in Trans Nzoia County, and I know every time, like right now, this March, she'll be going to register for these subsidized fertilizers. What are some of the requirements before you're given these fertilizers? Number one, you have to go and register to the chief's place. What do you need? You need an ID. You need to know the acreage of your land. How many women, farmers, know how big their plots are. They don't know. How many of them have IDs? They don't know. Some of them even have IDs, but the IDs are being kept by their husbands. When they ask for the IDs, the husband will ask her, why are you taking your ID? So some of them miss out because they don't have proper documentation. So I also want to ask the investors, let them make these subsidized farm inputs available to women farmers, even without proper documentation. But more so, let them encourage them to have proper documentation. I think if we all do that, we will see a better future. We will have empowered farmers, and I'm sure food security will be provided for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janet. I think it was good that I chose to end with you because you really summarized everything that we need to pay attention to. Now, there are very many researchers in this room. How many of you ever go back to the farmers when you were collecting the data, you went there with a questionnaire? How many of you go back when the paper has been published? Don't answer. Okay, one hand went up, but that's a challenge to you, yeah? Even when we publish, let's go back and tell them, now we came and asked you how many children you have, how much land you cultivate, and this was because of this, and this is what we found out. I think it makes a difference, just like Janet says. And then I'm hearing you talk about policy implementation to actually ensure that the policies that we are developing are, are deliberate in ensuring that we are taking care of the needs and priorities of these women, and they have access to some of the things that we want the policy to make better, to simplify. And then you've challenged, I think this is a challenge not just to the investors, the issue around sensitization and awareness creation among the women farmers for them to understand what are the requirements for them, but also for them to be more flexible around their policies and their strategies and how they engage with these women to understand what the context is within which they are operating. So thank you very much for your intervention. As we bring this to a close, I don't know if we have one or two questions from the audience, which I'm going to take just one or two questions, and then I'm asking my panelists to prepare to give me just a 30-second, not minute, 30-second parting shot. But meanwhile, is there a question, one or two from the audience? I think people are hungry. Okay, I hear yes, a parting shot. As we conclude, what are your last words? I'll start with you, Charity. 30 seconds.
As we conclude, I'm here to echo the voice of my farmers. So every time when I go to the farm, sometimes to train, one or two women will always tell me, Aki teacher, unajua ile project tulikuwa tufanye na wewe, mzaya alikataa. So what does that one tells you? That patriarchy is still in the family structure, and sometimes it hinders women to cheer on these innovations. So what do we need to do? We need to push into women to kindly join into cooperative, to have a collective ownership of properties, so that at least they can have returns or finances from their innovations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. In conclusion, research is good. It gives us data. Innovation is good, but it needs to get to the users in the style that they understand. So let's simplify it. Let's bring it right to the farmers who are women, rural women, small-scale farmers. Thank you.
In conclusion, we have to be in solidarity with the women agenda, and solidarity does not mean to go in the streets. It's the small actions that you do, everyone of us does in every minute. Every small action that you do, maybe even smiling for a woman on the road, or encouraging or standing up for the rights of women in your own small ways. And I'll talk about the 3 R's, the rights, representation, and resources. I know if we were to go deeper and ask how many people here have even issues at home, succession, all of us or 90 of us would raise hands. So it shows that we have a long way, so in solidarity.
Just one statement, let's bring women farmers on board, be it in research, in making those policies, and in accessing credit. If we do that, we will be talking about something different. Thank you.
parting shot mine is that as researchers, can you continue now also looking into indigenous knowledge? Because when it comes to IPM and the other actors, we have a lot of indigenous knowledge which our foreparents used to use, and it is very also accurate, but it is like, because they have never gone to school, it is not working. So continue even researching on indigenous knowledge.
When the farmers' knowledge is valid. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your panel talking about women and farmers and researchers working together. Thank you very much for being an excellent audience. I'm inviting you to come and take a group photo.
Thank you, Doreen, and to all our wonderful speakers. That was amazing hearing your insights. So we were going to have a quick fire segment, but I'd like to move this along quickly. So will you hold on a bit so we have the final conversation and then we'll have quick fire? What's the mood in the room? Quick fire will take another 15 minutes. So maybe we can ask the questions. You can learn from this panel. We'll move it faster and then we'll have quick fire. We'll have the closing remarks and go for lunch. Is that okay? Thank you. So our next panel is going to be moderated by Ms. Liz. Ms. Liz is a social scientist at icipe and also a communication specialist. Liz, you're welcome on stage. Liz Ganga, she's going to introduce her panel. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause.
So good afternoon, everybody. I think myself and my panel, we're standing between you and a very delicious meal and some very good goodies. So I will keep this very short and very quick. And please let me invite my panelists who are going to help us unpack this animal called policy and enabling environment that we keep hearing about. And my panelists are Ms. Elizabeth Yegon, from the Gender Unit of the State Department for Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Please come to the stage. Yes, let's welcome them. Ms. Phoebe Mwangangi, we saw her, climate smart farmer from Makueni County. Ms. Nelly Njiru, a gender researcher based at IURI. Professor Amwata, she works from Murang'a University of Technology, works with fisher folk around Lake Victoria. And my colleague, who is representing the other gender on the panel, Dr. Shepan Ndlela, an IPM expert from icipe. So thank you so much, dear panelists, for being here. And so sorry, because I know we have a lot to talk about when we talk about policy, but time is not on our side, but we can get the conversation going, right? So I will start with Phoebe. I was very excited myself personally to see what you're doing, first of all, with orphan crops, and somebody who has a direct concession to see what you're doing, what you're producing. And the question I would want to ask you, because I know there are many people who would benefit, first of all, from the technology, from growing the orphan crops, and also from as consumers. From your experience, how have you found, when we talk about a neighboring environment, the structures, the systems that make it possible to grow these crops and also to sell them, to make them accessible to consumers and therefore to improve their livelihoods? What has been your experience?
Thank you. My name is Phoebe Mwangangi, a farmer from Makueni County, practicing climate smart agriculture technologies in the production of drought-tolerant crops. We have worked with the ICRAF for a number of years, about 3 years now, growing millets, sorghum, green grams, which are doing quite well in the area. In the effort to increase production, we have involved farmer groups, and among the top number of people in the farmer groups are the women who are taking up the technology very fast, and they also are working towards production. The production of drought-tolerant crops, especially the green grams and the millets, has increased to a point where now we are selling it out. The family is comfortable and we are selling out. And also we have gone to the point of value addition so that we can sell it out at a higher value. Throughout the process, we have met challenges. We have tried to solve several of them with the help of the researchers. For example, with the millets, where we had a problem with the birds and also varieties which were not growing as fast as we expected with the little rains in the area. They have come on board, they have helped us to come up with the varieties which are helping us harvest even with the least amount of rainfall. To the side of aggregation and selling out, we have come up with a cooperative society, and 90% of the members are women. We are aggregating the millets and also the green grams for sale. This has gone through a challenge because aggregating means we get a store and we have to have finances to hire a store. And the process involved sorting, packaging. It has not been easy for the women who are involved in this process. So it needs some support, some patience, and also to go through the whole process. The other challenge we are facing currently is on the side of value addition. We would wish to do great in the process of value addition, but there's still that process of certification. Whatever we are producing cannot be consumed beyond our village because we have to have them certified. They go through, I don't know, some standards which are not very familiar with us. We need somebody to take us through, which is taking quite some time and hindering our process of value addition and also marketing whatever we produce. So it becomes a challenge. I think it's of a policy or something where in the rural areas, in the community, the process has not been well explained. It is not very clear. We thought we just do our value addition, pick it, take it to the market, take it to the shops, to the supermarkets, but we were met with these barriers. So we are trying to cross those hurdles so that we can be able to become as self-sustaining as we anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phoebe. That was very well articulated. And I guess one point that is coming across is the value chain and how complex it is and how difficult it is to tackle. And throughout this morning, we've heard about co-creating. And I want to go to Professor Mwata to ask, what we mean when we say co-create, and how does that process of co-creating then circumvent these challenges that Phoebe is talking about?
Thank you very much. I'm Dorothy Amwata from Murang'a University of Technology, and I want to really ride on the already standing protocols. I'm very happy to be associated with AWARD. I'm a mentor and AWARD, Dr. Susan. So you are really doing an amazing work on supporting women to be leaders in research and also transformation in the agriculture sector. Thank you very much for the question. Actually, for the work that we've been doing with World Fish has really been transforming lives of the fisher communities. When we started the research, I had one of the presenters asking when in the moderator of the last session, at when do you go back to the community? I really want to say that through the World Fish, we have been able to generate evidence. We started by understanding the impacts of climate change among the fisher communities in Migori and Homa Bay County. And we did that together with the community. We visited them. There were challenges that there's fish resources within these counties, but the livelihoods were not improving. So what could have been the challenge? So through co-creation and co-design, we were able to sit together with all the stakeholders and the institutions that are partnering with the various communities within Homa Bay and Migori County to understand what are the dynamics around fish farming. And it came out very clearly that with co-creation and co-design, it is important that you are able to generate and understand the dynamics within a particular farming system. So through the co-creation, you are able to do the research that I've just mentioned. And from research, you are able to move now to share the findings with the stakeholders. So the previous presenter talked about stakeholder engagement. That is very, very key, because through the engagement with the stakeholders, we were able to align what would be the role of each of these stakeholders in supporting the fisher communities. So through the trainings that have been done to the fishing communities, one of the key aspects that came out very clearly in the co-design, you have to appreciate the indigenous knowledge. And that has also been underscored by one of these previous speakers. So as you appreciate what they're already doing, you help them do what they do better. Instead of coming up with new ideas, they are not like they don't know, like Charity has just said. They already know, but what is it that you can help them do to improve on what they are doing? So that is what I would really want to say, that co-creation is really very important as you walk this journey with our farmers. Women farmers. Something else that I also want to add is the stakeholder collaboration and engagement in partnership. Very key across with the county government. Other private sectors who are in these regions also play a very important role. You cannot exist in isolation. It is important that you appreciate, because you'll need even existing structures. Let's say, for example, from the local leadership, you might need the chiefs to help you mobilize the communities. You'll need different stakeholders to be part of this process. So if you appreciate the existing structures, it becomes very easy for you even to work with these women, fisher folks. And we have just been told that when we went around through the exhibitions, that a lot of money is within these fishing communities. And this money is with the women. So it's the women who are supporting even women, the men, to be able to do the fishing through their chamas or women groups. So financial literacy was very, very important as part of that aspect. So training them to be able to manage the resources that they have is very, very critical. And also the trainings that I've just mentioned. So as you do co-creation, there's a journey that you walk with the fisher communities. It's not one stop, one time or one point in time, but you have to do it as a continuous process so that they understand and appreciate what the added value of what you are bringing to them. And that translates into better livelihoods for the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to build on to what you've said: stakeholder engagement and collaboration and capacity building. And I want to go to Shepherd, because icipe produces a plethora of IPM technologies, integrated pest management. And many of these need a lot of moving parts to come together. When you talk about biocontrol, you need regulations, you need permits, you need all that. So tell us a bit about how you engage various stakeholders how you collaborate with them, and how you then strengthen the capacity of the partners, farming partners, to use them.
Thank you so much for inviting me to the panel. Though I look but all the same, thank you so much for us drive them to I'm sure we still need men to work together with the women. It's not about men working alone, but working together. Now, for the science that we generate, I would want to say that the science that we generate, we don't generate science for the farmer. We generate science with the farmer. So you will see that everything that we do, it starts with the farmer, because the solution that we come up with must speak with the priority constraint that the farmer is facing. So having said that, the farmers are the first researchers. As we are in the laboratory, that's not where the research begins. It begins with the farmer, because the farmer is the observer. The farmer is the innovator. The farmer is the experimenter. So already science is started in the farm, and we take over from there when the problem now is presented to us. Now together we walk the journey. I like the issue that has been presented here by the representative from Kweni, that the ban on mangoes was lifted by the European Union, and now Kenya is able to export the mangoes to the European Union. We worked, I will use that as an example to answer your question. We worked with the farmers. It is the farmers themselves and the exporters who were saying, the problem is we are unable to export our mangoes. We looked at the problem. The problem again, they came to us and said, there is this fruit fly, the pest. For those who went to the exhibitions, I'm sure you saw a cage with some insects inside, and those were fruit flies. So we started by working with stakeholders. When you are doing that, you need now the policymakers, you work with them, because it is not good, or it will not be ideal to come up with the solution at the tail end. Then you say, policymakers come, we have come up with this, because they have to understand. So it is some kind of policy driven by research. So we sat down with the policymakers, with the farmers, with everyone involved, and we came up with a solution, a package, a toolbox, manage the fruit fly. That is the toolbox that the farmer was talking about. And now the farmer is able to choose what they need from the toolbox. Do I need a screwdriver? Do I need this? Then they're able to go to the farm. After going to the farm, we fought the fruit fly, but the external market, the policymakers that side, they want tangible evidence that, of course, you have used this, but what's the tangible evidence? This is where now we developed post-harvest treatment, which was hot water treatment, and we worked on it, and the farmers accepted it, the exporters accepted it, and the data was there for the policymaker. And right now, we are happy that that protocol is now annexed to ISPM number 46. So it can be used worldwide. And it was used. The first shipment went to Italy, and the consignment was received very well. So in short, our research, we work together with stakeholders. It's not at the tail end where we invite people to say, we have come up with this. We work together. When they are certifying as policy holder, as policy makers, they know exactly where we are coming from. Thank you so much.
Okay, so data and evidence is what you're telling us. And I want to go to Nelly and say this. Women's rights and opportunities. What is the data saying to us in terms of the key ones, the key challenges that are there in terms of their rights and opportunities in agri-food systems?
Great. So thank you so much, Elizabeth, and really glad to participate in this conversation. I think it's such a dear conversation to me, because I have been at ILRI. My name is Nelly, working at ILRI. I'm happy to see my DDG here. And really happy to be with the gender team, because within the gender team, we explore the restrictions, the limitations that women face. And there has been a lot of those mentioned since morning. And I can see a lot of young faces here. And I think I want to unpack what these restrictions are in terms of, I'll call them gender norms. In the morning, Nicolene talked about social norms. And I want to first start by distinguishing what are these social norms? What are these gender norms? By quickly saying, just using an example. Today, if you get to a lift, what happens? You face the lift, you get in, and immediately you turn and face the door, right? Whether you're a man or a woman, right? That's a social norm. How about a gender norm? In a community where you come from, probably when you're growing up, you were told it is unacceptable for you as a girl, for you as a boy to do X, Y, Z in your community because of your sex, because you're a girl, because you're a boy. Now, that is a gender norm. So for example, when you're told it is unacceptable for a girl in this community to wear a trouser, because you're a girl, then that's a gender norm. Let me take it closer home, because I work in the livestock context, being ILRI, working at ILRI. When you get to a community and you're told that it is unacceptable for a woman in this community to own livestock, what does that mean? That's a gender norm. So what do we do at ILRI, gender team? We address these gender norms. How do we do it? By generating evidence. We go to the farmers, we explore these gender norms, which ones they are, how do they restrict women, why do they matter to us in the livestock context, why do they matter to you as a development practitioner, why do they matter to you as a policy maker? Because when we generate this evidence and tell you that these are the norms that restrict women, these are the norms that restrict girls, these are the norms that restrict, apparently, we'll see boys also face some restrictions just as much as the women face restrictions. So we generate this evidence to see which ones they are, how they are barriers, how they limit women and men, and young men especially, and the impact of those. And then what next? Upon generating evidence, what follows? We collaborate with development practitioners. Yeah, we work with development practitioners, and I'll cite a few examples. I know our time is so much limited. We generate this evidence and co-design or inform the co-creation of intervention, and not just interventions, but transformative interventions. Interventions that will address the root cause. I've been asked to talk about barriers to rights. Structural barriers, these that we're calling gender norms, bring all these restrictions to ownership of resources, to access of resources, access to resources, decision-making, control, mobility aspects to women. So we are working with development partners, Care International, Ripple Effect, there are many, I cannot mention all of them, to mitigate or to address, to co-create solutions. And I'll give an example. Some of the solutions or transformative solutions that our team and partners are implementing include community dialogues. They include transformative household methodology, where you bring a couple, you get into a household, you bring the man and the woman together, and they dialogue, they discuss. What are the restrictions? What happens in this household? Who has access to what? Who can take decisions? Who benefits? Who loses? And then they reflect and question, by the way, why are we doing this? And they start questioning that process of self-conscientization. They start questioning, and then they co-create solution with you. They say, oh, now that we have seen this, what can we do? Can we suggest solutions? Yeah. Whether you bring, it's a community dialogue, you're bringing men together and they're having this narrative together with the women, or you're separating them, women separately, men separately, or in a household, you're bringing the couple together, you cause them to reflect about the status quo
and they suggest solution and they own it up. Yeah. And that challenging the root cause of the problem, then that is the way we are approaching these issues. And again, working with policy advocates. Yeah. Like there's a program whereby we are working to reduce and redistribute labor in Kenya and Ethiopia. And we are working with some partners, advocacy partners. And I'm so glad to hear what was said in the morning by the representative from the ministry, whereby there is now a law which has been enacted to just deal with the issues around unpaid care work. Some efforts that ILRI is doing are actually contributing to this, because we are seeing a lot of unpaid care work limiting women, and now through the redistribution of unpaid care work, where you make the men realize, oh, actually, if this woman participated in some economic activities, the family is about to benefit, not just the woman benefiting. For me as a man, I'm also about to benefit, because the burden of being the man who, the sole breadwinner of the family is reduced. And now we are able to contribute, then that reduces. And that is some of the efforts that we're doing, looking at childcare centers, yeah, whereby the women can go drop their children, or even the man can drop the child there, and this a caretaker, and not just the caretaker, but a remunerated caretaker to take care of these children. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much for that passionate contribution, Nelly. You've talked about challenging the root cause to find solutions and having policy advocacy. And so I want to come to Elizabeth and to ask you this. If you have the evidence, you know the root cause, you have the data and the evidence, what do you think would be one transformative action that could address many of the rights restrictions that women have in agri-food systems?
Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. My namesake, I'm Elizabeth Yegon from the Gender Unit in the State Department for Agriculture. And I'm glad to be speaking last, because our work as government is to listen to all of you, the researchers, people in the private sector, researchers, the farmers, and all the people in the space. And out of that evidence, then that informs our policy. Yeah, so it is out of that evidence, then we are able to formulate policies that are responsive to the real needs or the felt needs of the farmers, and in this case, the women farmers. So just as an example, what we are trying to do in addressing some of the needs that I've had mentioned in the room, I'll just pick two. One of them is the issue of access to land or land rights. And one gap we have found is lack of information. You cannot claim a right that you don't know. So what have we done in the Gender Unit? We have partnered with GIZ and AMCA Justice Initiative to come up with a legal training manual, a very simplified one, so that you are able to go out there and inform farmers. These are your rights. What are your rights as far as land ownership is concerned? Like, for example, now in our law in Kenya, women and men are entitled to inherit land. But how many of women know that? So that they are able to claim that right from their parents. Another issue, the issue of succession. It's a big problem for women, for widows in this country. Most of them end up losing land, or they are actually thrown out of their land. Yeah. So when you inform them of their rights, then they are able now to agitate or to claim for these rights. And what we encourage women to do, I had it spoken before, is that collective action. Be a member of a group. And especially now in every ward, we are encouraging farmers to be in cooperatives. Because when they're in cooperatives, then they have bargaining power. They have voice. We are talking about amplifying voice. There's so much you can do as one person. But when you are together in a group, or that collective action, it gives you voice, it gives you visibility. So you are able to even approach the policy makers right at the county level and even at the national level to agitate for your rights. One thing I heard the other day, I was in a forum, a very interesting way that an organization at the grassroots, it's called Shibuye. And what they are doing is that, they bring the farmers together, the farmers voice their issues, and then they have a governor's day. They approach the governor. And so the governor comes and sits with the representatives of the farmers. I thought that was very innovative. So these are some of the ways we can be able to address those issues. Another issue I want to talk about is marketing, market access. And if you walk along all our roads in Kenya, you find women selling wares by the roadside, but they do it under the sun. So the sun, when the sun is hot, they are suffering. When it's raining, they are suffering. So we have been trying to think, what can we do? Can we do a better market structure around that place? And apart from that, can we also include a child care? Because you find most of these women, some of them are there with their children. So can we put a daycare center there? Can we put a solar center there? They can charge their gadgets. Can we even have a cooking area where they can be able to do their lunch? So those are some of the things we are thinking around as government. And of course, it's not something we are able to do by our own. That's why I said our work as government is to listen. Then as we listen, we also tell you this is what we are thinking of doing. And then we come together so that we see as private sector. Maybe you are a person who has, you are a provider in the solar space. What can you be able to do in this kind of a center? What can somebody else be able to do? Even just bringing information in that kind of a center. Yeah, because some of these women are actually the farmers themselves, then they bring their wares to sell. Or apart from that, even if they are not the farmers, they are a good linkage, yeah? Because these women, the women farmers especially, they are very good enough taking the produce from the small scale farmers who may not be able to access any other source of market. So because time is gone, those are just a few I wanted to mention, and those are the kind of things we can be able to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this has been a fabulous panel. You must agree with me. We don't have time to go around and take closing remarks from everybody, but one thing I took away from Elizabeth's intervention was the importance of voice and agency, that we are all here to listen and to act on behalf of the farmers. And so we would just ask Mrs. Mwangangi to help us close this session by telling us, how do you think we can give farmers a space for voice, and how can we listen better to what farmers are saying?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the researchers. They have done a tremendous job linking the local farmers with the innovations and working with them through the innovations. How I wish the government would also work with the farmers the same way when it comes to marketing of their produce, packaging, and every process which is involved. How I wish the government would do the same as the researchers have been working with the farmers. The voice of the farmer should be listened to. It is the farmer who is bringing up the produce. It is the farmer who knows whatever is involved, the costs of production and the intended quality. And if you listen to the farmer, you know where the gaps are. You know why we are not getting quality, why we are not getting quantity. And from there, you can be able to help to chip in and lift the farmer where is not meeting the expectation. I would wish the researchers, the government, and all other stakeholders involved to work with the farmer, listen to the voice of the farmer, and I encourage the farmer to speak out. Speak out, farmer. You have the freedom to speak out and say what you intend to do, where you want to go, what you want to produce, and also speak about your price. Don't be dictated. Thank you.
What a beautiful way to close the session. Policies, bills, acts, everything is important, but give the farmer, encourage the farmer, listen to their voice, hear them, and encourage them to speak. So thank you all so much. And thank you to our panelists. Let's appreciate them again.
Thank you, Liz, and your panel. Please have your group photo. While at it, may I invite Judy Matu, Dr. Judy Matu? Will you maybe join them for that photo? And then I'll just give you 3 minutes to sum up that discussion. Judy Matu is the director for the Association of Women in Agriculture in Kenya. So we thought it wise for her to sum up what she's hearing and also tell us what they do. And after Judy comes on stage, in about 3 minutes, we are going to hear from Dr. Siboniso Moyo, who is Deputy Director General for Research, Partnerships and Impact at ILRI. Judy, you're welcome right here. 3 minutes. Oh, okay. She's under pressure. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think there has been so much discussions and the conversations that are very relevant. And what a way to just be here standing between you and lunch with my civil society voice. It is indeed a great honor, and thank you so much for the organizers award and the rest of the team. That is amazing. The Association of Women in Agriculture Kenya focuses on women and especially the small-scale women farmers and women in agriculture because, again, agriculture is a system. And also the vulnerable women living in urban informal settlements. That is a space that is sometimes forgotten when we are talking about food systems. Now, the woman. When we speak about transforming food systems, we must begin with a simple truth, that the woman farmer is not a stakeholder. She is the system. She carries the knowledge of seasons, the burden of unpaid care work, and I love that that has really been emphasized, the stress of climate shocks, and the responsibility of feeding her household, and the market. Yet her voice, at most times, is still the least represented in research design when we talk about from the conception, policy processes, and investment decisions. At the Association of Women in Agriculture, Kenya, we have seen repeatedly that when women farmers are meaningfully engaged in ideation, very important, in testing, in extension, adoption rises, resilience strengthens, and innovation becomes real. And that is why today my message is grounded in our one conviction. If we want rights, justice, and action, we must move the woman farmer from the margins of the conversation to the center of power. Now, what is usually the problem? It is structural silence. Women produce food, but their realities rarely shape agricultural policies. They absorb climate shocks, but their needs are rarely prioritized in climate financing. They shoulder care work, but their extension models assume unlimited time and labor. And yet, every research background and breakthrough, every new innovation, every policy ambition ultimately ends up in her hands. If her voice is absent at inception, solution will fail at implementation. So, we must just allow me to highlight just 3 transformative areas that I feel can work. We must co-create. Co-creation as a norm and not a pilot. If research does not begin with women farmers, innovation will not end with them. We must strengthen women-led rural institutions, and I think that has been emphasized. The groups, the collectives, the cooperatives to amplify their voice. Tackling climate and care simultaneously, because we know care is actually the burden of care is exacerbated by the climate crisis. So climate smart agriculture cannot succeed on the back of unpaid care work. Getting research outcomes to the last mile. I think somebody has spoken about shortening the journey. If that process can be shortened, then it will make it accessible. And then financing that reaches women directly. We must, what must we do next? And this is my last portion. We must institutionalize women farmers' participation. We must turn goodwill into budget lines. Madam, the lady from the ministry and our former, the one who was here earlier, the director, we must turn goodwill into budget lines. We must build bridges between labs and livelihoods. And then we must invest in labor, risk, and time reducers. And a call to action means here, as we celebrate the International Year of the Woman Farmer, let us remember, transformation does not happen in boardrooms. It happens in the field, in homesteads, in community groups, led by women whose leadership may never make it to the headlines, but whose impact feeds this continent. At AWAC, we stand ready, alongside the women we serve, to collaborate with research institutions, governments, and funders who believe in grounded, scalable, women-centered solutions. If we are serious about rights, justice, and action, this is the moment to elevate the woman farmer, not symbolically, but structurally. And when we do that together, the agri-food systems we build will not only be equitable, it will endure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Matu, for those remarks. Yes, Bonnie is already here. Welcome. Let's welcome Bonnie. Bonnie is the Deputy Director General at ILRI. I had already introduced her. You're welcome for the closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vivian, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And I apologize to the chefs because I'm sure the food is calling. I'm not going to take much time. I just wanted us to reflect a bit as we close. Throughout this morning, we've had powerful reflections from a number of people, starting with researchers, the women farmers outside told us amazing stories. We've also heard from policymakers, and we've also heard from others who really contribute to shaping the future of agriculture across Africa. The exhibition walkthrough was a powerful demonstration for me, and I'm sure for all of us. And there are innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders that we saw this morning in the exhibition. We saw the aspects starting from sustainable farming techniques to value addition and climate resilient solutions. The innovations showcased today illustrate the transformative potential that emerges when women are supported, when they are recognized, and when they are included. The panel discussions that we've just had now, they have highlighted an important truth, that meaningful transformation happens when science, policy, and practice work together. The dialogue between the different groups, the researchers and farmers and policymakers, reminds us that solutions become stronger and more sustainable when they are co-created. I've heard the co-creation, and I'm really glad that it was demonstrated in practice here today. And this is something learned and experienced by the people that were sharing with us just now. I take this opportunity to urge all of us here to carry forward the ideas, the commitments, the messages, the experiences, and the lessons sharing that we've had today. We have to turn these into tangible actions that really make a difference. Someone said this morning that today is not just an event, it's that moment where we commit to something, to really taking forward this message and taking action. I would like to express sincere gratitude to have everyone who has made this possible, including those who are behind the scenes. But we know the organizations that came together to put this day together. This is award, the CGIAR Gender Accelerator, icipe, CIFOR-ICRAF, and ILRI, and many others maybe that I've not mentioned. So we really thank you for convening this timely dialogue and for your continued commitment. Year in, year out, you really have this event organized, and well done. This time you took it to another level. Thank you very much. A hand of applause to them. Finally, I would like to thank all our speakers, the moderators, the women farmers, the partners, and participants for your energy, and I want to add your patience, your insights and engagement. Your voices and contributions are what make these conversations, what makes these dialogues more meaningful. And this is a powerful moment and event for all of us. And at the end of the day, it's about that impact. So if we can use these voices, these commitments to have that impact, it's really what we're all seeking for. As we close, this is our call to action. Today's discussions have reminded us that the issues we have explored do not end here. They call on us to continue reflecting, collaborating, and taking meaningful steps, putting these into action. And as we continue to celebrate International Women's Day, may we remain committed and advancing rights, justice, and action, and to building agri-food systems where women are not only included, but are at the center of innovation, leadership, and transformation. So I thank you all for being part of today, and let's continue this conversation, this dialogue, and thank you everyone. Asanteni sana. I've been asked by Vivian here to invite everyone to join for the group photo at some point or in the cake fest there and networking lunch thereafter. So over to you, Vivian, to guide us on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Boni. Together with Nicolene, Susan, Judy is still here, so you can help us cut the cake. And quickfire is still coming up, by the way. We will finish and then we will take the quickfire round. So we are starting our lunch with dessert. Yes, the farmers, the innovators. It's the year of the woman farmer. Those in the room, please join them. Let's cut this cake, start with dessert, and then go for lunch. Yes. Yeah, where's Dr. Shepherd? Dr. Shepherd, where is he? He left. He said he's feeling odd, but welcome. Marion and Sharon, get ready for the quick fire. So as we'll be cutting the cake, those who want to participate in the quick fire, you'll stay behind. And at least there'll be few of you, so more chances for you to win. We have at least 12 questions, so I'm sure you'll get one of them. Okay. Happy International Women's Day and happy Year of the Woman Farmer. How do we do it? They can either get their slices as they go for lunch, or yeah, we'll just put it out here and then you'll pick it from the lunch place. So with that, Bonnie had already summed up, so I just want to bring this to a close and invite you all for lunch. But those who want to take part in quickfire, Marion, please, the stage is yours.
I'm not standing between you and lunch. I'm standing between you and great gifts. So, quick fire, as it has been called, you answer it quickly, you get a good gift. So, do you imagine a world without insects? Good. So, I'm known as a farmer's friend. I am tiny but powerful. I help to control pests and to protect harvest naturally. Who am I? No, you raise your hand. The lady in maroon. What? No. Yes?
A beetle.
No. Yellow? No. 2 more answers and you're done with that question. Yes? No. Last one. Lady in white? Yes, so? The insect? Your charity? No. The last one? No. Do you want to have a clue? And no use of AI. Okay, Elizabeth can give you a clue.
Okay, so the clue is, where is it? I am known as the farmer's friend. I am tiny but powerful. I help to control crop pests and to protect harvest naturally. Who am I? Dr. Shepherd, can you give another clue? Yeah. Okay, the last letters of my name are SP.
She raised her hand first.
But she can't win, she's from icipe.
Oh,
Yes.
no way. So you're disqualified.
Okay, we try another one.
We'll get another one.
Let's try another one. Yeah.
Okay. So as a girl, second question.
Oh, did somebody say Physiology? Who was it?
As well. Okay. Yeah. So your gift is coming. Raise your hand. Okay, as a girl, this famous writer didn't speak for 5 years. Okay, as a girl, this famous writer didn't speak for 5 years. As an adult, her writing became one of the most recognized voices behind the civil rights movement. Her writing is also famously recognized in movies, songs, and poetry, including Still I Rise and Phenomenal Woman. The lady in pink, good. Maya Angelou. International Women's Day is recognized as an official national holiday in these countries. Listen keenly. A, Nepal, Uganda, Burkina Faso, Cuba. B, Mongolia, Nepal, Uganda, Peru, Laos. C, Laos, Vietnam, Guinea-Bissau, Georgia. Do I repeat the answers? The choices? A, Nepal, Uganda, Burkina Faso, Cuba. B, I can see fonts. Mongolia, Nepal, Uganda, Peru, Laos. C, Laos, Vietnam, Guinea-Bissau, Georgia. Yes? No. This guy over here. Yep. A.
The next one. Those who love movies. Which movie reenacts the story of 3 female African American mathematicians who worked at NASA? Okay, don't finish. Yes? What? Okay, so between the two of you, choose who gets the gift. So, International Women's Day is here with us. What is the theme? No, you've gotten a gift. Another person? Yes? Complete it. The lady in green. Okay, sorry. Okay, you're doing well. What makes insect enterprises attractive to women entrepreneurs? What makes insect enterprises attractive to women entrepreneurs? Speak up. No land. Yeah, I'll give you for that. So small space, low startup capital. Throughout the year, we are marking an important celebration, and it was mentioned throughout this event, celebrating the woman farmer. Who can tell us what this is all about? Yes. International Year of the Woman Farmer. So throughout this year, we are marking an important celebration for women farmers, which is the International Year of the Woman Farmer. What is the theme? Going once, going twice, going thrice. AI wins. Is that correct? No? Co-creating, repeat. Almost. Yes. Continue. Have you gotten a gift? Okay, you've tried. Empowered woman transforming agri-food systems. So we're almost done. I think this is the last question. We love insects. This insect was best known for its song. And now for more easy to rare and rich in essential nutrients, it offers women farmers enterprises opportunity and strengthens household nutrition by transforming humble staples into nutrient-dense superfoods. Okay, my team is saying there. Cricket, correct. That last one goes to Elizabeth. And so now I stand between you and lunch. But you have a group photo before that. Thank you.
Yes, there's a group photo, but we are supposed to go for lunch. Social media, I think they're engaging. Are you here? Yay! Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. So for lunch, the caterers are requesting that you use this door. If you're going to serve this side, if you're going to my right, you use the door at the back because of the way they've ordered the plates and the cutlery. So do we take a group photo? We have to go back outside there to the entrance of ICRAF, where they did the earlier photo, just out. So let's head there then, and then you'll come serve lunch. Remember, you'll have to go through this side. Thank you all for being here. See you for the next one. Asanteni. Let's go for the photo. Group photo, group photo. Group photo, Nicolene and Susan. The other group photo, or you okay with the first one? Outside. Group photo, let's go. Let's clear the room.